Another intro?
That first one wasn't real. That was called Killing Time.
Boy.
Hey now.
All right, so that was the longest non-80s metal intro ever. Like for a show that's supposed to be called Talking Guitars and 80s Metal, that was decidedly on 80s metal is what that was.
It was the longest intro I had. I had a minute to think of something.
You're stalling is what you're doing.
Stalling, yeah.
Because John Mancuda, host of this show, is not here.
I don't know where he is.
Yeah. Killing Time is not an Anthrax song. Thrash metal and fun riffs.
Wow. Hey, everybody. Welcome. Talking Guitars and 80s Metal Live. Neanderthal.
Hi.
Hey, man.
I don't know why I'm here.
It's good to see you.
But I'm apparently the only one here. So,
yeah. I don't know where he is.
Well, I mean, obviously, John's going through some family issues right now with his father having passed a couple of weeks ago, in case you guys don't know. And in John's culture, you know, his religion, there's supposed to be a week-long mourning period, which would have taken place last week. My guess is he's trying to catch up with a lot of stuff and dealing with you know, family issues and stuff, and maybe he'll be here, maybe he won't. Well, I haven't heard from him, so you know, it's for those people that don't know, we don't really talk outside of these shows. It's the weirdest thing. Like we just get together once a week and hang out. Like Johnny, I know Johnny does a show every night, usually, and there is a behind the scenes Saturday Night Live chat that goes on during the week where people just sort of nonsensically banter back and forth, but
all the time.
Yeah, but this one here, no. Yeah, guys. By the way, just want to handle this thing. A Killing Time to thrash metal and fun riffs is actually by a band called Sweet Savage. So, in case you're wondering, it was a cover that Metallica did early on in their career, and a couple other bands have done it. So, just keep that in mind. Just to sort of answer that question. Not answer the question, but to clarify. And yes, Anthrax has done it. A bunch of bands have done it, but the band is called Sweet Savage. They're out of Belfast, I believe. So there you go.
Awesome. Oh, here he is. Hey, man. Hey.
Society always arrives late. That's what's going on here.
Socially, what is it called when you arrive late at a party?
Yeah, it's tardy. It's socially, you know,
I don't feel tardy.
Yes, you're not wearing a helmet, so
I usually do when I ride on my little short bus. So
yes, normally. So as it stands right now, that's what's happening. I was basically stalling for you, John, but you're here now, so I'm done making excuses for you.
I'm afraid to ask. What did I miss?
Oh, it was the greatest intro ever to this show. It was like a 2-minute industrial dance mix thing. I was like, for a show called Talking Guitars and 80s Metal, it was the most un-80s metal intro ever. It was. I mean, here's the thing. For the purposes of this show, it was a piece of shit. It's a nice piece of music, but it's like it's like wearing sneakers to the White House. You just shouldn't do it.
I had literally 1 minute to go, and I was looking, and that was like the longest track I had sitting here.
I've been trying to get someone on the phone in one of the camps of one of the stories that we're going to talk about today, and he just texted me. So give me a second. Let me just see if he wants to leave a comment or something.
Oh, cool.
I mean, I don't know if he'll say anything or not. I have some insight into one of today's stories, though. Let's see. You could still talk.
Awesome.
No. I have nothing to offer the show.
Oh my God, what text is this? Is he texting Wolfie right now?
No. I'm guessing there'll be very little Van Halen talk on tonight's show. Although Johnny's here, so there'll be some Van Halen talk on tonight's show.
Yeah.
There'll be a little. It'll be about. There'll be a little bit. I got a story for us.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sure.
Let me say hello
Hello.
to the executive producers. Johnny Beane TV, Charles Green, Joe Christian, Wayno, Thomas Santiago, Music Therapy Laz, Bent Tom, James Gum, Voodoo Child SJ, Mike Neese, Frank Corcoran, Michael Smith, David Ennis, Stephen Franklin, Dad Halen, John Moronic, Jim Ray Hawkins, and Steve Carmichael.
Steve Carmichael.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the top tier of channel membership here on YouTube. And if you'd like to become a channel member, click that join button below. Also leave a thumbs up. And we're also live on Facebook, Johnny Beane TV Facebook page, where we have a new feature called Facebook Stars. And we're also live on the Van Halen 1974 to 2020 Facebook group, where I think we just hit or just passed 29,000 members or something.
Look at you. You're like building a multimedia empire over there.
Yeah. Oh, we got
You're the-
posters.
You're the king of all media.
Posters.
we got mascots. We got
come on now.
sponsors.
That's just hate speech.
Oh
is what that is.
no. Poor John BL.
Yeah. Yeah, we got all kinds of cool stuff. There's a new feature here.
Oh, is there?
You can't see it, but there's a light back here. You can't really, I know you can't really tell because it's daytime.
Yes, because it's daylight in California.
It's daylight. But there's a light there. There's a light.
Ooh.
And any super chats will change the color of that light.
Why?
'Cause it's fun.
Was the bat signal go up into the sky or something? Does like a super chat signal go onto the clouds or
Mhm.
what does it do?
Yeah, what's the point?
It triggers it and it turns into the color of the chat.
No, but
So-
why? Why do we need
It's-
different
it's
colored
fun.
chat?
It's fun.
Is it? Don't you think
exciting.
that's money that could have been better spent on, I don't know, a functioning computer?
Well, that's happening. That's happening too.
And what's going to happen when the rolling blackout hits?
You know? Yeah, I run the
just got
show.
dog slobber all over my arm.
Oh man, I run. Yeah, as you guys know, when the power goes out, I run the show from the battery of my car. You know,
It's just the best. You should you know what you should do? Take some money, buy one of those little Honda generators, those little gas powered generators, put it in the garage and use that as power. It's like 60 bucks, $80.
yeah.
How much was that
Yeah.
light? How much was the light that changes colors for the super chat?
It was like 70.
$70. For $20 more, you could have bought a generator that would save your car battery.
What are you thinking? What are you thinking?
For $70, John could have bought Mancuda could have bought like 3 more pink scarves.
I could have, and I would have been very happy to do it. Because he can never have enough, right?
There we go. See that? See what just happened?
Actually, thrash metal and fun riffs. Some of us have actually been touring musicians. I'm not going to mention which one of us has been a touring musician, but some of us have been a touring musician and have experience touring. Others have been in bands for many years. And yes, Jimmy Carr, I did work at WAAF.
And thank you to Brain
Twice.
Cells.
Yeah. Now,
Thank
did
you,
that
Brain
change?
Cells.
It did change the color of the chat.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So see, it's cool.
Is it?
I'm very excited.
Clearly.
No, it's fun. It gives the audience more excitement. You know.
Does it? I bet it'll be better when the lights are down, like when the sun goes
Oh,
down.
yeah.
It'll be
Definitely.
we'll have a way more strip bar motif going there.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Two Brain Cells. Hey. Hi. There you go.
Hi.
Yeah, new feature. You know?
Just answering Jimmy Carr. I was there in the 90s, in the mid 90s. I was the guy that was You Suck between Liz Wilde and Opie and Anthony. That was basically, they put me in there so that no matter who was in there, hey, WAF, what's up? You suck. Thank you very much. I was that guy, and then I went back in the mid 2000s. I was the guy that was after Eddie Webb left, and before they fired me to make room for Mistress Carrie in afternoons. They didn't fire me because I did anything wrong. They fired me because the new program director, it's radio, new coach wants their own quarterback, wants their own people. So that's how that works. So I've been there twice. Good place. It's not there anymore, actually. So yes, I was at the beach parties. This is an interview. I'm sorry. We're taking over the show. That's okay, because Mancuda is stalling to try and get somebody in there. So it works out good.
Thank you, Wayno. See, it changed again.
Because he hates green.
Now it's blue.
That's
See how much fun this is?
Yeah, you know what this is? This is a revenue stream for you, is what it is. It's your chance to cash in on this show once again.
It's not free. I mean, like I said, it's not free running these things.
So what is it? Every time someone donates, it changes to a different color?
It changes to the color of the sticker. Yeah.
Oh, I see. So right now for $2, he just like squashed the other donation of $5.
Oh yeah, this is kind of like when you go into a bar. Did you know, like some jukeboxes, if you go to a bar and it's like $1 for a couple of songs, whatever, but somebody can pay $5 and get their song jumped in front of yours. Like they can pay more to have their song played first. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's beautiful. Don't get me wrong. It's a great revenue stream, but sure. I never worked with the regular guys in Atlanta, but thank you for asking. But yeah, it's the idea that Johnny now has a secondary revenue stream for the show. You really are a pirate, sir. You're the worst.
Look at this, Janice Lala. This money is pouring in.
Yes, he's already made. He made what? $8 an hour, $10 an hour, $12, $10, $12 in 15 minutes. He's making more. He's making more than any of us right now.
Unbelievable.
Even Ace is impressed.
Unbelievable on a $2 fucking Christmas light.
Yeah.
This is what life has come to.
P.T. Barnum said it's suckerborn every minute. And we're two of them right now, wasting our Tuesday night while Johnny is raking in the fucking cash.
Thank you, Teresa.
He's not an entrepreneur. He's a thief. He's a thief and a scam artist. Thief.
Welcome, Teresa, on Facebook. Good to see you. Oh, here's one for, I don't know who this is. This is for you, John.
John's checked out of the show already.
I'm so sorry.
He's on the cable plan.
Thank you so much. Who's that from? Facebook user? Who was that?
Facebook user.
Is that the owner of Facebook, or
just some guy using Facebook?
Just give me one more second. I'm almost done with this.
Stop. Jesus Christ. Will you knock it off? He all day with this thing. I got you, buddy. You need a downer. I got to give you some Benadryl or some shit. Knock you out. Like my dates. What was that? What? So yeah, no, thrash metal. We can't talk 80s Slayer, Megadeth, and Metallica Fruitcake. Although we can today. I actually dug back into Peace Sells, but Who's Buying for the first time in a long time. And what a fantastic record. As poorly recorded as it was, the first couple of Megadeth albums, the production values weren't excellent. But the songwriting and the songs were fantastic. I mean, that is 80s metal. So, things like Black Friday and The Conjuring and Bad Omen, I mean, those are just really good songs.
You know, it's funny you mention that because there you go, Mom. It's funny you mention that because one of the things I wanted to talk about today was when I saw you post Peace Sells, but Who's Buying, I was like, I haven't heard that album in a while, and I just did one of those old school, let's listen to an album, just lay down in bed, pull down my pants. Oh wait, no, lay down in bed, look at the liner notes, and read through as I followed the album and just listen to it start to finish to remember just how good, how good the album is.
Yeah, and it's well sequenced as well.
And if you listen, I mean, I love Megadeth. It's no secret. I've said it on the show a million times. I think, in some cases, I like the writing of it better than Metallica, which, says a lot.
I'd agree.
I think Dave Mustaine is a really good, frontman for, what I call thinking man's metal. And, all his stories and all the, I can't believe there's more fucking money coming in for that fucking light.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
I swear.
It's so dumb.
We should put a vibrating egg up Johnny's ass and see like how many people it activates for 30 seconds when that's mind blowing.
What?
By the way, somebody did mail something in for you, John, and I'm going to mail it tomorrow. Well, yeah, I asked you.
It's not ticked.
Well,
right?
you can afford the postage now, can't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, right? Usually Johnny's like, "Hey, can you PayPal me $1.30?" I'm like, "What?" Well, someone sent something for you. What are you talking about? And gas money. Could you PayPal me like, another $2 for gas and, and my time? Could you throw in another $2? Just send me $5, man. If you want to get something sent, that was sent to you. And let me
essentially you're buying it.
Yeah, I know, right? And okay,
you're gonna like it too. I had to look and see what it is just to make sure I wasn't sending anything illegal.
Johnny had a whole unboxing. He had a whole unboxing. He's like, "That's a guitar box. All right, let's do this Friday." And, hey, we're doing an unboxing. This is not my guitar. This was sent to Mancuda as a surprise. Hopefully, he's not watching this, but I'm gonna rebox it and re-gift it to him. Or should I keep it and nobody in the audience tells him? So that's what happened.
We never finished our Megadeth discussion. You were talking about how Megadeth.
Sorry. So anyway, I think I had to finish this and see if someone wants to come on the air or not. But anyway, early Megadeth stuff is terrific. And it's always cool when you have a band mascot like Vic Rattlehead, and it's like the artwork is cool as well. And like you look at all the album covers and it's like, it's like Eddie is for Iron Maiden, when you see that mascot on the cover, it's like, oh, cool, a new Megadeth album. It's like the whole experience, Mm-hmm. And it's go ahead.
There was a tipping point for the band for me, and obviously it was Cryptic Writings. There's that middle point, kind of like with the Black Album with Metallica. There's before the Black Album and there's after the Black Album. With Megadeth, it's the same thing. There's before Cryptic Writings and after Cryptic Writings. Everything before Cryptic Writings is brilliant. Sporadic things after Cryptic Writings are brilliant. And I think the same thing would be said for Metallica. And the argument is, what is the greatest thrash metal album of all time? Is it Rust in Peace or is it Master of Puppets? And it's a great argument. I would also
it is a good argument.
I would also throw in there some Anthrax music as well. Anthrax could possibly have an argument for one of the greatest thrash albums of all time.
I mean, I've said this before also. Master Puppets is my personal favorite Metallica album. But, you could also make an argument that, like, Ride the Lightning belongs in there too. And, so does, what is it? What was the Megadeth?
Oh,
no. What was the Megadeth with Hangar 18?
Well, that's Rust in Peace.
Rust in Peace. But Peace Sells. I'm saying.
Yeah. Seasons in the Abyss is a great record as well. Thrash metal. Those are fantastic records. There was a period from that golden era of thrash from like 1983 through 1987 that was just almost untouchable. The music was fantastic. All the bands were putting out great records, all the thrash bands. You had Testament and Exodus and Metallica and Megadeth, Anthrax, even Overkill, even though I'm not a fan of that band, they still put out some good music. Death Angel. I mean, there were some really good thrash records that came out at that time. And then not even quite thrash, but still heavier. Armored Saint was fantastic.
Testament.
That period. We mentioned that a little bit earlier.
Testament.
Yeah, so Testament.
And Testament.
Yeah. Did we mention Legacy? I'm sorry, that's Testament before they were.
Testicle.
But like Heathen was pretty good back then. There was a band called Attacker that was fantastic. I mean, there are a lot of bands that put out a lot of good heavy records. There was a real sweet spot, like I said, from 83 through 87, 88 that was just untouchable. And the last two great thrash records, I think, of the genre were Wrathchild America, Climbing the Walls, and 3D. Those were two fantastic bands. I mean, fantastic albums, excuse me. Saw Wrathchild America with Pantera and Testament, and Wrathchild America blew both bands off stage. It was fantastic. They were outstanding. Unfortunately, a little late to the party.
Yeah, and again, you like Wrathchild. I've never been much of a fan of it. I have the album, but it never really blew me away. Not the way that the Big Four did and a few others. Wayno also likes it a lot.
It's
okay.
We were at that show together.
Yeah, it's okay. It just didn't make me want to listen over and over the way it did. I could throw Metallica or Megadeth in my car and just let the album play. Wrathchild does just it's all right.
By the way, while we're talking about it, we should wish the best to Brad Divins of Wrathchild America, who is now sort of a sound engineer, and he just had some heart issues dealt with, and he's at home recovering right now. So Brad Divins from Wrathchild America, our best. He also went on, the band would eventually change their name to Souls at Zero, and put out 3 other great records.
Cool, and we do wish him the best. And speaking of health, I gotta touch on this. I wanted to do this at the top of the hour, but like I said, trying to text with someone about one of the stories today. I didn't get my chance, so I'm gonna do it right now. As all you guys know, the passing of my father, really, really, really dark time for myself and my mother. Real bad. I just want to thank everyone out there who over the last 2 weeks has been really, really amazing with reaching out and people sending food and stuff like that, and I really, really appreciate it. My mother really appreciates it. I'm very sorry I've been very antisocial and withdrawn and reclusive everywhere. I'm on social media, in replying to people and everything, but I want to say on the air that it's really appreciated. And now I'm just going to ask a little bit more, because it's gotten a little darker in the last week. I'm not going to get into too much of it. I'm just going to say that I'm going to ask everyone listening to give prayers and positive thoughts for my mother's health. And Mom, I know you're out there. I love you. And it never hurts to have some extra prayers and positive thoughts for what's going on, because that's really my mother's everything to me. And I know, you as the audience, you all know a lot about, we talk about my mother every week and we joke about her, Mama Kuda. But in a serious note, I just need prayers and positive thoughts for her health right now, because things have changed since we've talked. And, I'm trying to keep positive, of course, but it never hurts to have that. And on top of it, and I'm not going to get into it, my own health has some issues right now, and I'm also not going to get into that. But I really would appreciate all the positivity directed at my mom right now. Well, that's just from me getting ass fucked on this show.
Right. Yeah. Sure.
Yeah. But yeah, no, on a serious note, I just want everyone, please keep my mom in their thoughts and prayers. And, like I said, I'm not going to get too deep into it, but I just want to say thank you, because a lot of food and well wishes and notes and things like that have been coming to me and my mom. And, just when you think things can't get any worse in life, sometimes it does. And, I just want everyone out there. No, the show definitely doesn't help. And I want everyone out there, again, if you have mother and father still alive, please call them, tell them you love them. And, so that's it. I just want to say thank you to everyone and apologize for, really my only, my only point of poking my head out of a turtle shell right now is coming on the show on Tuesday. So I just want to say thank you to everyone, and that's it. And Mom, I love you if you're watching, which I know you are, and that's it.
So John, you're so dark. Could you please make a dick joke?
Oh, I don't understand.
Already, Jesus, you're taking the show down.
You took the show down.
It was like 23 minutes into the show, and then all of a sudden, to a grinding halt.
Everyone was having a good time, and then you had to open your stupid pink mouth.
You ruined it once again.
I will say
it's talking guitars, 80 metal, and depression live.
I will say
I'm even bummed out.
Nothing but your mother.
This show sucks worse now. I didn't think it. Because when you didn't think it could get any worse, it did.
Your mad mother. Anyway,
we got to get that guy, man.
What's really fun is, I'm on the phone with my mother today, and she didn't get the mail.
John, don't tell this story.
She didn't get the mail for a couple of days, and my uncle's been helping out, thankfully, with her at the house and everything. And he got the mail. He brought her in the mail. And I'm talking to her on the phone. She's going through the mail. She's like, oh, look at this. Another this and junk mail and junk mail. And she's making a pile of junk mail as I'm talking to her. And I'm trying to get across some other topic. And she's sitting there like, look at this subscription to Rifleman. Your father doesn't need this anymore. I'm like, Ma, I'm talking to you. Can you do this later? Well, look, guns and ammo. Your father doesn't need this anymore. Well, Ma, just set that aside for me. I'll look at it. Well,
what was your father, Mossad? What the fuck was going on?
Yeah, my dad was into guns, and
elderly dude with a shotgun.
I like guns too. I mean, everybody.
I know, but it's still,
yeah.
My
dad
get out of bed. What makes you think he's going to be able to aim a rifle?
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. No, my dad was in the Army. He was a marksman, and the thing about my dad, no matter what goofy hobby he got into, he always went full boat. So it wasn't just a matter of I'm gonna
parenting.
Yeah, I know, right? It wasn't a matter. It wasn't a matter of I'm gonna get a gun, go to the range, and have a little fun. It was a matter of I gotta get a gun, then a couple more guns, then a few rifles, then I need some target rifles, then a sniper rifle, then a 30-06. Then and then the merch comes. Then you need books on guns for dummies. Don't look down the fucking barrel. There's your guns for dummies. And then all these other books. Target shooting for fun. What do you need a book for? Fucking put the book as a target. Shoot it away. What do you need? And then you get all this stuff from the NRA. You get an NRA backpack and an NRA hat and bumper stickers of come into my house and meet Smith and Wesson. And it's like, what the fuck? It's like, then he's arming my mom, and then she's like,
your father was Yosemite Shmuley.
Yeah. I don't want to play with these firearms. Well, you got to know how to defend it. If I'm not here one day. Yeah, right. So, I'm a coming rabbit. No, my father was Mel Fudd. It was like unbelievable. All the merch that comes, backpacks and things with gun logos and special cases. Yeah, and he got a gun bench and toolkits and things to break down guns.
So that's exactly what we want: is elderly people reloading with fucking gunpowder.
Yeah, I'm like, he's that he gets one of those Fester guns with the big, the big horn, like the Pilgrims carried.
The blunderbuss.
Yeah, shoot him in the back, Gomez. Yeah, you could pour anything down there with gunpowder and pack it in. Jesus. It's like he's fighting redcoats or something. No, but it's like
your old man is Bruce Willis in Red.
No, he would get like all this stuff. I was waiting to like one day talk to him in the kitchen, lean on the spice rack, and suddenly the wall moves and like a big thing opens up like James Bond. It's like, 40 guns of all types. And what the fuck is this? Well, in case someone abducts you, John, I'll go after them. What?
Yeah,
what are you talking about?
Your father is John Wick.
My father's John Wayne. There was a man's man. No, it was unbelievable. He just keeps getting this stuff. So he subscribes to like every gun magazine, Guns and Ammo, Guns and Anal, Guns and Rotisserie Chickens. I mean, it's like, so all these, pieces of junk mail, and then the renewal bills come in, since he hasn't renewed since he was in the hospital. And my mom's like, oh, he doesn't need this. So what she does is, I don't understand this either. Dad once had on the kitchen counter a shredder. Like, you're in a business, you have, documents you don't want anyone to read. So you put it through the shredder of your garbage, right? Dad had no secret, need for that or anything. He didn't have like loads of money where like credit cards are going to be stolen. So I'm like, what in the world does he need a shredder for? Well, I don't want anyone to steal my identity. I'm like, that's the best thing that could happen to you. You have no money. What in the world is?
Well, he spent it all on gun magazines.
Yeah, no shit. And yeah. So I'm talking to Mom, and she's going, well, I got this bill. All of a sudden, it's like she's putting the stuff through the shredder. I'm like, Ma, can you do that later? Yeah. Okay. Oh, look, here's something from, oh no. And I'm on the phone with her. I'm like, Ma, please stop doing that. I can't fucking hear you every time you put something in that damn shredder. Well, I gotta shred it. I'm like, Mom, you're shredding junk mail. What in the world is someone gonna steal from you in a Guns and Ammo renewal bill for a fucking magazine? Well, your father was very cautious about that. I'm like, I know, but he didn't need to be. The shredder's worth more than anything he has,
What you do in that situation is you take all of the junk mail, right? And you wrap it in a layer of aluminum foil. Each one of them in a layer of aluminum foil, and then you put it in another junk mail envelope that has return postage paid, and mail it back to them because they have to pay that based on the weight of the envelope. So you wrap every one of the slips, every one of the cards and stuff in aluminum foil, and when you get enough of them, it makes the weight of the envelope that much more, and they have to pay the return postage on it. Just send it back to them.
That's great. Yeah, I mean, it's so ridiculous, though. This is going on for like 15 minutes, and I just, every time I say, so Mom, I went to the doctor today, and here's what he said. Hold on. And I'm like, Mom, can you stop doing that? Well, I got to shred it. Then it happens. Then the worst scenario happens.
Oh, no, it's jammed.
It's jammed. I don't know what to do. I'm like, Ma, just turn it off. Turn it off. Just leave it alone. Leave it there. Well, I can't because it's still sticking out. I'm like, Ma, it's fine. You don't need to shred anything in your life. There's nothing that a shredder is going to do for you. Let's go back to what I'm talking about. This is something important. We're talking about the doctor. Well, hold on, because this thing's still going. Let me try again. It's still not going. Ma, please turn the shredder off, leave it alone. But what am I going to do? I can't leave it sticking out there. It's like, Mom, it's not suffering. I swear. Just leave it alone. Well, what if I hit this button? Now, oh, no, it's still not working. Mom, leave the fucking shredder alone. Well, I don't want, what am I going to do with the rest of this? I got to shred it. I understand, Mom. Just leave it alone. It's not doing anything. Well, what should I do? I can't leave it. Mom, could you please talk to me? Okay, let's talk. Damn shredder, I can't seem to get this going. Mom, can you talk to me? I don't know. It's still stuck there, John. I don't know what to do. Should I call someone? Yes, Mom. Call the fire department. Let them know. Hi, it's me again. Yeah, no, it's not. This one's not about me. It's the shredder. It's Mel's shredder. The shredder is on the fritz, and the thing's still sticking out. What do I do? Can you send a truck? I mean, could you imagine the obsession that she has with this fucking paper shredder? That's all it's doing is shredding junk mail. There's no reason. You don't have to do that, Mom. Mom, you don't have to do that. Leave it alone. Just let it sit.
I do the same thing.
It's still sticking there at my mother's house.
Somebody just KXM rocked it. Addicted to that shred by Mr. Big. When I was a young boy, my mama said to me, "Oh no, this is all junk mail. Once a woman gets a shredder, she'll have to shred a 3."
I could see if like mom's vibrator stopped working. Hold on, John. Hold on, John.
Come on, it's a family show.
Wow, listen. Hi, Ellie.
Come on, what the?
Yeah.
Hi, Ellie.
Yeah. I can see Jay makes that face every time he realizes I probably shouldn't have my daughter in front of the screen. They're doing it again.
Parenting is what this is.
Yeah, I just don't understand this. Just every fucking conversation I have with her now, she's like, "What do you think? Who should I call about the shredder? Should I have it fixed? I mean, I have all this mail piled up." I'm like, "Mom, leave it alone. Just throw it out as is."
Tell her to burn it. Tell her to burn it in the fireplace so she doesn't have to pay her heating bills.
Yeah, right. Like I need that on my head. John, the smoke's throughout the house. I'm hanging up briskets.
The smoke's throughout the house, and your father's ammunition is flammable.
I figured since he's not using it, I'm throwing these boxes of shotgun shells into the fire. Is that okay? Jesus Christ.
There's a good point. Somebody, KXM Rock, brings up a good point. John, why don't you just buy her another shredder, ship it by Amazon, tell her to throw the one she has out, and start over. Every time she jams a shredder, you'll have to buy her a new one.
Well, now I know what to get her for her birthday. It's a new shredder.
Or you could get her a subscription to Guns and Ammo.
Mom's Guns and Moms.
Moms and
Guns
Ammo.
and Moms. This is like, Stop or My Mother Will Shoot. When you had Estelle Getty holding a big 44 Magnum, and Stallone's like, "Hey, Mom, no, don't shoot."
By the way, when you make that face, you look like Gilbert Gottfried holding a gun. Ow! It's awful! I'm going to shoot John's mother in the twat!
Oh. And I don't mean with a gun!
Is there something I could put inside you that would cause you to stop shredding?
And yes, Austin LaFon, we will be talking about Winger today. They are in the news, which we'll get to later. Right now, we're talking about my mother with guns. So it's totally guitars and 80s metal. I mean,
it's exactly.
Got to take it. You won't find this news on Blabbermouth or Metal Wani or any of the other sites.
Yeah.
I mean, this is real exclusive stuff with my mom and firearms.
Jesus.
So wait, I put the clip in where? It doesn't fit in the revolver. Wrong gun, you idiot. Yeah, it's great. Well, you should set up targets of junk mail. Just take the junk mail on the little hook, send it down the target lane, and then there you go, my husband's bills. There you go. I'll shoot that one. AR2 R3 locking nut. Did anyone do roll call today?
No.
No, we didn't do any roll call.
Let's do a roll call.
Somebody was late for the show, then everybody else got fucking enthralled with different color lights for dollars.
I wanted to see if I could get us an exclusive, but right now we have a no comment at this time, but all right. Anyway, let's do a roll call. Let's see who's in the chat. Like my pants, shat.
Oh.
Johnny, you sound like you just shat yours now.
Gross.
Just like that light up there. It was gross. It's a cash grab like I've never seen.
Yeah, he's this guy he's almost a professional.
There we go. Let's see. Let's do roll call. Let's see. R2, R3 locking nut. Robot Master Switch, KXM Rock, Dan of New Jersey, David Shea Gomery, Browns fan, Craven Soda, Edwin Crane, Nightbot in the house, Thrash Metal and Fun Riffs, OnlyFans user, Majestic
John, I'm interrupting. I'm sorry. I'm going to interrupt you. Johnny, that might be Dukes in the chat.
Dukes mayonnaise, they're delicious.
Huh?
There's a Dukes. Kevin Dukes wants to join, whoever that is. Not to be confused with Dugan.
or duty.
Right.
Yeah.
Is that who you're trying to get a hold of, John?
No.
Oh. Okay. I don't know who that is.
I don't know who that is either. I was just pointing it out. Oh, look at that. Is that false flag? Of course it is. I don't know where he gets his money, but God, he gives a lot of it to us.
Thank you, false flag.
Thank you, man.
And now the light is red.
Yeah, it's magic.
It's magic. It's making your money disappear.
Johnny has made like $75 in 43 minutes.
Johnny's got like a casino
Tax-free,
mentality right now. You notice there's no windows here that we could see out of. There's no clocks. This is like a casino. And yet the lights are going off, the bells are going off. Johnny's making money. It's like
Johnny just made more than it costs for a year of Disney Plus.
I
don't even have Disney Plus.
I'm talking. No, Paul meant to operate Disney Plus. You gotta have Disney Plus. How do you watch Mandalorian and WandaVision?
How me? I've never seen it.
Of course you haven't.
I've never seen it.
I should have known that. I should. Even Blue Rhino's up on WandaVision. I mean, come on.
I see the ads for it on YouTube because it's
terrific.
Is it Hulu?
No, it's Disney Plus.
Disney Plus. I see the ads for it, but yeah, I've never seen them.
God bless you.
Thank you, Arn.
Johnny's like, I've never seen anything Disney or Marvel or Star Wars or any of their properties.
Did you see what
Rock, that does suck that they fired Gina Carano because she was part of the reason why I watched that show.
They're probably gonna. Well, there's rumors of them maybe recasting that with what's her name from Xena.
Lucy Lawless.
Lucy Lawless is they're discussing because the fans are going so crazy to get someone replaced for the character because there's so many spin-off shows that are going to be surrounding that character, and they were like, well, we might just write her off, which you can, but
yeah, I thought it was a fairly
cool.
Good, I thought it was a good character, but I thought it was a good character because she was good at it. Like, she's not a fantastic actress, but she was badass in the role.
And she was, but the thing about Lucy Lawless, I mean, come on, she brings it. Xena, Battlestar Galactica, and
you say so.
I'm just saying that's what the fans are asking Disney to do. Disney is basically saying, well, we'll think about it, but I don't know what's on the inner workings of the Disney boardroom, because they're all Jewish and they're all like, well, we got an anti-Semite here. There goes the show.
I think it's awesome that Disney is finally taking a stand on anti-Semitism.
Yeah, especially after Watto. Hey, Annie! Not like any Jews are here in the desert of Tatooine. There's no racial stereotypes in Star Wars.
Yeah, we haven't done that in a long time. The Star Wars racism. Star Wars racism is amazing.
Yeah,
super amazing.
And totally legit. I mean, come on now. And I'm not saying they're trying to be offensive, but look,
the parallels are there. If you're like, I'm not a conspiracy guy, but you don't have to be a conspiracy guy to see the racism in Star Wars. I mean, it's fairly right there in front of you.
Even the Jawas are spelled like the word Jews. It's like I look at the Jawa sandcrawler, I'm like, oh, here comes my grandfather's Cadillac pulling up with my aunt and uncle inside, and then they all get out. And
what are they doing? What are they doing? Goyim.
I want a deal on some of these droids.
Yeah, it's it. Thrash Metal and Fun Riffs brings up a good point. Star Trek covers racial issues surreptitiously as well. Yes, but when Star Trek does it, it's to help us all get along and doesn't point out racial stereotypes. It points out racial inequality and how in the universe in the future that things racism doesn't matter anymore. The race doesn't exist. Whereas in Star Wars, it's clearly a defining separation point between different planets and star systems and shit, and they don't get along. I mean, it really is blatantly up front.
Yeah,
It's
really,
awful.
it really is.
It really is
is.
awful.
I mean, come on. Even the Empire uniforms look like SS uniforms.
Yes, they
Come
look
on.
exactly like the Gestapo. I mean, Jesus.
Yeah.
And by the way, stormtroopers was the first time I ever heard that phrase was applied
Nazis.
to World War II. Yeah, the Nazi stormtroopers. I mean, Jesus.
Yeah,
It's so blatant.
The principle of Star Trek that Gene Roddenberry was promoting was that in the future in Earth we put aside all racial differences, joined together as one, and explored the stars together, and that unity is what gave us that stop infighting and let's do something together. And we explored the stars and built Starfleet, and we don't look at racism, the Romulans, yeah, come on, join us, and the Vulcans, come on, join us, Klingons, you want to join us, okay, you stay over there if you don't want to. But they were looking to basically fight racism in Star Trek. You had look at the crew.
Well, that was the thing
crew.
on that deck on the bridge. You had white American as the captain because America first,
right?
And then you had Japanese driver, Russian driver, black female communications officer. The Vulcan we don't know what that was.
It leaves open for everyone else.
It was all the other races, all the other,
right. And then you had Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott is a Scottish, Scotsman. Like everybody on that ship was from another place. But the idea that America, the captain, trusted all of these former enemies or people who were current enemies, in the case of Russia in the 60s, that we could all unite and seek out new places to fuck with.
Yeah, that if we put our heads together, we can accomplish so much rather than being on Earth infighting and accomplish nothing but fighting with each other. Now, Star Wars is the opposite. It's the Empire. They're pursuing us. There's Jar Jar Binks. Me no stereotype for no racism. No.
You have Spock is like Gonzo. I love that reference, Hal face, because we still really don't know what Gonzo is either.
Well, no, it was established Gonzo's an alien.
Yes, well,
someone pointed out. There you
go.
Yeah. But it was just the idea is that as far as Cara Dune coming full circle, as far as Cara Dune coming with Star Wars, look, she was great at that character. I get. In today's, socially correct world, I get, where that would be offensive to some people. Again, me being Jewish, I get it.
You're Jewish?
Every episode has a lot of Jewish humor. I take after Mel Brooks, except he's successful and smarter.
Yeah, there's certainly,
yeah, definitely, and Billy Crystal and every other guy that uses Jewish.
Thank you, Craven.
Better than me. Yeah.
I know. Yeah.
Anyway, no, but look, I would be happy to see Lucy Lawless just take over the character, because the same way that Don Cheadle took over Rhodey in Iron Man.
I guess, yeah.
I never saw it.
Yeah, come on, you've seen Iron Man. You've never seen the Avengers movies?
No.
Ah, come on.
No.
Ah, damn it! I know what to get Johnny for his birthday. Just like a DVD.
No, you don't have to get him anything. He's raking in the fucking cash.
Oh right yeah. That light has changed again. I swear it's like a brothel. There's a red light there now. and who knows? Maybe Johnny has that out back too.
See, now it's more impressive because the sun's going down.
Yeah, and answer in the chat. Yes, no politics in the chat, please.
No, there's no we're not doing politics at all.
Someone brought up politics in the chat. Please, no politics in the chat.
Who cares? We're talking about the stupidity of Star Wars.
Yeah, we could point out the difference of Star Wars and Star Trek and racism, but no politics, please.
We're talking, and if we have to talk about cartoons, we will. We'll go there. Oh yeah. We'll
and if you can't get Lucy Lawless, Blackie Lawless might also be, another one to consider.
Do you believe that bullshit story? The bullshit story that Blackie Lawless was supposed to be the Terminator 2?
No, not at all.
You remember that story? He was supposed to be the Terminator 2, but he was too tall.
Come on.
That's an urban myth.
I never even heard of that, and
yeah.
I can't even imagine the
Yep.
silliness of that.
Yep. Stephen Duran said that he was originally supposed to be the Terminator 2, the Terminator in Terminator 2, the one that went to Robert Patrick eventually. But that he was too tall, and that Schwarzenegger didn't like that he was too tall, because Arnold Schwarzenegger is not a very big guy. Bodybuilders, shockingly enough,
I think he's like
bodybuilders aren't
6'1".
big. Yeah,
he's
bodybuilders
a little shorter than me, like 2 inches.
And the bigger they look, the bigger they are muscular-wise, it takes away from their height. So unless they're monsters like Lou Ferrigno, who was a big man, bodybuilders, when they get as big as they are, they tend to look even shorter than they are.
Yeah, they're tiny people.
Yeah, usually they're tiny.
When I met Schwarzenegger, I didn't think that he was shorter than me, and he was barely shorter than me. But one thing I've learned on sets, a lot of actors are really, really short.
Musicians too.
Musicians too, you think?
Oh yeah.
I don't know. I see a lot. Well, yeah, I guess so. Now I'm thinking about it. So yeah, you're right. I don't know,
I mean, look, the idea that you can put 5 guys in a bus, or going across the country, those bus bunks are tiny. They're not built for real people. And then think about this: have you ever played in a band, John, on stage?
No.
All right. For a real sized human being,
I've been on a lot of stages, but not in a musical situation.
If you're a real sized person, like everybody in the band I was in was, with the exception of the bass player, was at least almost 6 feet tall. My guitar player, one of the guitar players might have been shorter too, but we're all 6 feet tall, and we're all male-sized men. We're not fucking frail little guys. You put 5 guys on a small club stage, there's no room. So when you see some of these bands that playing, they're playing the Whiskey, or they're playing, whatever tiny little club in your town, L'Amour's or whatever it is in your town, and you see how much room there is on the stage, you realize those people are not large.
It's like an ant farm out there. Look at them. No, it's just Vistalite brings up Sebastian Bach. He's taller than me.
Yep. Peter Steele was tall too. Peter Steele from Typo Negative was a big dude.
And Gene Simmons also, I look in the eye.
Yeah,
he's also a big guy. Yeah. But no, as far as like height goes, Paul Gilbert is 6'4". Is that true? Jesus Rapes Me
He might be taller than that.
Wow. I never met Paul Gilbert in person. I never met him in person.
Chuck Billy is the biggest human being in a band that I've ever seen. Halface. Chuck Billy is massive.
I passed by Chuck Billy at a Guitar Center walking out one time.
Yeah, he's not huge height-wise, but he is a broad man. Big.
He had that. He had that surgery. The broad. Broad. Like okay. I thought you meant broad. Never mind.
No,
Paulie, how tall are you?
Dude, 6'1".
How tall? And Johnny, how tall are you?
3'4". I don't know. How tall do you think I am? You've seen me.
Yeah. I mean, you're. I usually like 5'8".
I usually say I'm 5'6" or 5'7".
I was about to say, like, I thought you were about maybe 5'8". I mean, I have to stand next to you again, but I know you came up to my junk, but you were on your knees. But this was another time when we walked together normally. No, I thought you were like in the mid to high 5 range, like 5'8",
5'6", 5'7".
Okay, like Tom Cruise, I think is 5'7". I think 5'6" or 5'7". You're about his height.
On a good day.
You're about his height. Well, he wears lifts, but I mean, look, you can't argue with success on the man, but
yeah,
but the idea is, you don't realize it, but a lot of guys in the entertainment world are not really tall, and they don't come off that way on screen. You'd be shocked sometimes, No
doubt about that.
Two Brain Cells likes the red light. Listen, I love when I'm in front of a red light, but usually it's Amsterdam. Something like that. But pay all the money you want to change that colored light. God bless you.
Unbelievable.
Paul, you and I should go to Home Depot this week and get our own rigs, and then they could pick out who they want to send money to, depending on the lighting. Like I'll have a menorah behind me, and one of the little candles will light up or something. Jesus.
Yeah.
It's just great.
There's so many cool things that. I mean, do you ever watch Twitch? You ever watch a Twitch streamer?
No.
I mean, they're gamers.
Gamers.
I mean, they're gaming culture. I like Sniper Wolf. I think she's cool, but she's funny. You know, that's her thing.
Oh, I know who that is. Yeah.
Sniper Wolf. She does like a lot of YouTube videos, and she's very pretty girl, very funny. She does a lot of YouTube videos, watching TikTok videos and talking through it. She's funny. She's really funny.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
No, I watch her a bunch of times. I've never watched her play games, but like I watch like her videos. I watch Lily sing. I like her a lot too. You know, these funny, talented girls. And what's really funny is they have like 25 million viewers. And I look at ours, I'm like, what do we have? 7,500? I'm like, what the fuck? And you know what? You know what really bothered me today? Today, I even noticed this. I mean, obviously, look, when you're a hot girl and you're doing comedy on YouTube or TikTok, you're gonna have more views than us. I get that. Okay, 7,500 views here because we're big doofy goons. Versus hot chick doing comedy, 25 million views. Okay, I get that aspect. What I don't get is these people that like rig up these YouTube videos of my cheating wife, and you know, this girl comes out blindfolded and she's holding like a notebook. Oh, honey, what's the surprise? Just keep turning pages, and it says, I cheated on my husband with his brother. This is my confession. I don't know that he knows, you know, blah, blah, blah. And then, can I take the blindfold off now? Yes. And then, you know, it's all her stuff packed up in a box. What's this? Oh my God, you cheated on me. You get out of my house. And even though you could truly see that this video is faked, I'm like, let's see how many views. 81,000 views. And like the three of us, we come here, we're like getting ready for the show, and we have material and jokes, and we're working hard to entertain. We have 7,500 and they have 81,000 views. What the fuck?
Yep.
Yeah.
You never know you can't try to go viral. It just happens.
It's unbelievable.
And the guy you're talking about, I'm going to assume his name is Joey Salads.
I don't know what he eats.
Salads.
I don't know what
Joey
he
Salads.
It sounds like Johnny 2 times. Get the paper. Get the paper. Wasn't he on Goodfellas? Joey Salads.
Never saw that one either.
Bring that broccoli. Bring that broccoli. Joey Salads. Why? Because he tosses salads? What's is that a thing?
No. But those videos.
Speaking of tossing salad, Bang energy drink goes delicious with salad or whatever you're tossing. Bang energy drink. Thank you, Bang. Go ahead. I had to plug them. Go ahead, Johnny.
Mm-hmm. No. Joey Salads. Do you know? You ever heard of him? You ever heard of
No.
Ice Poseidon?
What's really funny is you haven't seen the Iron Man movies, but you're watching Joey Salads on YouTube.
I watch a lot of YouTube
Jesus
stuff.
Christ.
I watch.
I haven't seen Avengers Endgame, but I've seen on Twitch this guy playing Call of Duty 2. And,
I was watching a guy on Twitch last night singing. Me and Fruitcake Tony were watching this dude. Yeah.
But Tony,
Tony, I sing "Sucking on Chili Dogs" as well as I did on Saturday night.
No. Anyway.
And thank you, Craven Soda. Blue Rhino loves the audience as well. Truly the smartest member of our crew. Why does Johnny make money off a stupid light? Yeah, see, he knows. Yeah, he feels we should all be raking in cash off of better means, but somehow the light works. Yeah, but no, these guys make these crazy, like there was one I watched today from another guy. It was such a setup. It was like some woman, like a Karen, blocked his driveway with her car, and They're like yelling out the window, "Hey, you can't block our driveway. You can't block our driveway." And she's like, "I'm just going to be a minute." And she flips them off. "Oh, did she flip us off? Oh, man, we got to go down there and teach her a lesson." And these two guys go down there, like, two teenagers, and they like put garbage cans in front of her car and sit there on chairs waiting for her to get back, and says 30 minutes later. And then she's like, "Oh, you blocked me in." It's like, lady, really? Just move the fucking garbage can, but it's like, "You blocked our driveway and we got you on camera. I can't believe you. Oh, I was only gone a minute. You were gone 30 minutes and now we've blocked you in. How does it feel, huh?" And it's like, it's such an obvious setup. And then I look, it's like 127,000 views. I'm like, what are we doing wrong? Aside from having me on the cast, what are we doing wrong?
Yeah. All those videos, they're all fake. I know. They're all
of course they are. Just like reality television is fake. None of that shit's real. Just like this show is fake. We're not even here.
We're not real. That's not even my real background. I don't own a bookshelf.
This is all deep fake.
Yeah. All of it. I'm CG. In fact, I'm going to press this button, make my penis bigger. Hold on. There we go. Look at that.
You're going to need a bigger cock.
Yeah. We're going to need a bigger boat. We're going to need a bigger man in the boat.
So, we did actually talk about some 80s metal early.
We did. We talked about Megadeth, and I wanted to bring up, well, someone brought it up already in the chat, but we might as well jump on it. Winger is working on their 7th studio CD right now. And let's see, where's the info I have on that?
I don't think I own anything past the live album. I've got Pull, and then
I did that in the shower this morning.
Thank you. But everything after the live album, I don't think I have anything from those guys.
I mean, here's the thing. It's a little different. I mean, I think the first 3 albums were the best Winger albums they came out with. They were all terrific and progressively better than the previous one. My favorite is the second one, Heart of the Young, but Pull was amazing, the 3rd album. And then, again, you cruise through the 90s and the 2000s, in the 2000s. The last studio album they put out was their 6th one in 2014. Let's see. That one was Better Days Coming. And in 2009, they did Karma, which was a little heavier, a little more heavier progressive riffs. And that was in 2009. Now, what they're doing, Kip put out a video this week where he's laying down the vocals for the 7th album, the one that they're working on now.
I was surprised you could actually see the video through those glaring teeth.
I know, it's whiter than white, like chiclets covered in porcelain, polished up with with wax, just amazingly bright. It's due this summer. No name for it yet, but it is the follow-up to their 2014 album. And Reb Beach is quoted, "It's going to be similar to Karma, which was 2009 album." So if you liked their 2009 album, they said it'll be sing-along and stuff like that, but it'll be some cool, heavy, and more progressive riffs. And you could hear like a snippet of one song in that little video of Kip singing. And it sounds cool. I mean, like I said, I'm a big Winger fan, so I know a couple of guys on the show are. I know a bunch of the audience is, so I'm very into it.
I mean, I'm gonna reserve judgment until I hear some of it, because some new music from some of the bands that I really dig hasn't been that great. Like the John Sykes record, I didn't really like. On the other hand, if we're going to have just a quick recommendation when it comes out, snag the Adrian Smith Richie Kotzen project. Jesus Christ, is that good? That sounds fantastic so far.
You've heard in advance of that, or
a couple of clips from tracks, but nothing full outside of the one song. And it's, I mean, Richie's voice is one of the most underrated in rock. He's clearly one of the best guitar players that nobody mentions when we talk about great guitar players. The issue with Richie is obviously he made one really bad mistake years ago that I think still sort of looms over him.
Slept with Ricky Rocket's wife. Could that be it?
Yeah, I thought it was Bobby Doll's, but it could be.
It was Ricky's.
It's Ricky's. Yeah, I mean, that's
because I slept with Bobby's wife.
So that's an issue. And I imagine that still sort of dogs him to this day. I think a lot of people in the community of fans in that genre still sort of pissed at him about that because it went public. I mean, Jesus, if we all knew how many people in that community were banging each other's wives and girlfriends at the time, we'd hate all of them.
You know, I mean, it's one thing, you know, you share a groupie or something, and I'm just speaking like out loud here, just my own thoughts. It's one thing if you share a groupie or something, you know, and if that's, you know, what's going on in the band bus and whatever. A girlfriend, I mean, that's a whole nother thing because it's like, it's your bandmate's girlfriend, you know, and if he really likes it, you don't fuck around like that. When it's someone's wife and it's someone you're in a business with, and that's what being in a band is a business. You're in a business together. Sure. You don't do that. You just don't do that.
I will tell you a quick story about it. And even in a local band situation, you know, I was in a band with 4 other guys. And the rule of thumb was anybody's girlfriend or ex-girlfriend. And in other words, if you were ever serious with somebody, you don't deal with it. It doesn't happen. It's just a line. That's
usually a rule right now. Forget even being in a band. That's like the guy code. That's the guy code.
And I had one of the band members who shall remain nameless and it fucked with our friendship for a long time. His significant other tried to go down on me one time coming back from a show. She, you know, I didn't have my car with me, so she drove me back to the house and then drove back to his house. So as we get to my house, she tries to make her move. Now, normally, what kind of guy in their right mind would turn down a blowjob from anyone?
Well, hold on a second. Wayno, you're listening to this, right?
Wayno wasn't the band member, but he knows the story. The great part about this story is, I immediately, first of all, I said, you know, no, this is a bad move. You know, this is fucking stupid. And then the next day, I was sitting in my drinking chair, which was a wheelchair. I got a wheelchair. It was my drinking chair, so I could just roll over to the Kegmeister. We had a Kegmeister in the apartment. Nice. Roll over to the Kegmeister, pour a beer, and roll back over to wherever I wanted to sit and drink. So I'm sitting with my back to the door of the house, and the other guys in the band are there, and I'm telling the story. I'm like, look, this is bad. I got to tell so-and-so that this happened, and she's a bitch, and she's a this, and she's a that, and she's a... And all of a sudden, the room went quiet. And I was like, he's standing behind me, isn't he? And I went, she's with him, isn't she? And they went, and I was like, so I literally turned around and went, and I looked at them and go, what, am I going to get out of this one? And they ended up getting married and then divorced because she was fucking around on him. And that's a true story. And he should have known that at the time. But I took the high road in that situation because you just don't.
You were smart. First of all, you were moral and you were smart. Now make no mistake.
I should have taken the blowjob is what I should have done. Knowing what I know now, knowing that she was nothing but a whore anyway, I should have just done it.
Nah, I've had girlfriends hit on me before.
Right.
And
you just can't.
Here's the thing. I'm a whore's whore. Whatever. But with that said, there's a guy code. Yeah. And the guy code is what you said earlier. You don't screw around with a friend's ex. Mm-hmm. You don't screw around with a friend's current, and you don't screw around with a friend's wife. Your friends are your friends.
And you don't screw around with a friend's sister.
Well, if they give you their blessing, you do.
It never ends well. Unless you marry them, it never ends well.
It's been okay. And you know, it's been okay. There have been times.
And the good news is 30 some odd years later, he and I are still close friends. We still make music together on occasion. And I wouldn't trade that decision for anything because I felt like it was the right thing to do. But had I taken the other route, I would have got a great blowjob out of it, from what I understand.
You could get a blowjob any day of the week, though. They're easy to come by. That's the thing. Well,
they were in 1987, 88, and 89.
Yeah, they are today too. But you know, the whole thing is, you know, you just don't, and you always want to let your friend know when he's with a cheater, even if it's not with someone hitting on you.
That was the thing.
If you find out that your friend's girlfriend cheated, you want to let him know, because once a cheater is probably always going to be a cheater.
And the thing about it was, it's not like I had any morals at all. Like if it was somebody that I didn't give a shit about, because I will tell you, a couple of members of our road crew absolutely tagged one of the band members' girlfriends while that band member was out of town. And they came and confessed to us. So now here we are, we're back and I'm in my drinking chair and everybody's sitting in the house and the two of them are like, how are we going to tell them? We're like, we're not going to tell them. We're not telling them. We're not saying a word. This is Omerta. Nobody says a fucking word. Not a word.
I disagree. I want to let someone know. If one of my friends, someone I care about, has a cheating girlfriend, I want to know. I want to let him know.
I couldn't. It was one of those situations where we're like, don't say it, because he would have killed everybody. He would have killed everybody involved.
Well, you don't want to let her know that. I mean,
he literally would have killed everybody involved.
The gun, but
it was a situation where you just kind of go, some things are better left. We appreciate that you told us. What we all need to do is just never speak of this again. Never, don't bring this up ever again. This is the last time we've ever heard of it. There was some awful shit that went down years ago, and I think Richie Kotzen, obviously on a much bigger stage, when he got caught and outed doing that, I mean, it's.
Bozique pointed out, he's like, but at the end of the day, Richie Kotzen is somebody, and who knows Ricky Rocket? I got to disagree, man.
No. Ricky Rocket is a far bigger name.
Way bigger name, man. Let's put it this way. When Richie Kotzen, and nothing against Richie, okay? Great guitarist, friend of the show, nothing against Richie. If you're watching, this ain't against you.
I love Richie Kotzen. I'm a huge fan. But reality.
You're not having a stadium tour, Richie. Ricky is. Ricky's on a stadium tour.
Well, nobody is now.
But there is an outside chance. Now, I think it is an extremely outside chance, super outside chance, 1 in maybe 10,000 or 1 in 100,000. Now, Poison ends up in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Richie Kotzen will always have to pay admission to get into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Sure. That's a fact. That's just a fact. There's no comparison between the two. Don't get me wrong. I think Richie is an infinitely more talented musician than Ricky Rocket, but he's not a bigger name. No way.
I agree. Ricky is in a very, very well-known, well-loved band that still obviously draws a big crowd and a lot of personal fan interest.
If you talk about the big four of hair bands, and I would say it would be Def Leppard, Bon Jovi, Motley Crue, Rat, the fifth one could be Poison. Poison is just on the outside, like Testament is to the big four.
I'd put Poison over Rat.
I was about to say I'd say Poison over Rat.
Poison probably had more hits. You're right, but that's my point. Is that's how big Ricky Rocket is.
And again, Charlie,
that's a big deal.
Charlie S. best Poison record was not with Richie Kotzen. It wasn't. Look,
that was a great record.
It's not a matter of Richie's musicianship, because he's obviously a great player. It's not a chemistry. Musician. There was no chemistry. CC is that band. CC is the chemistry in that band. It's a definitive, specific sound that Poison has, and that sound is CC's guitars. Go ahead, Poison.
It's a chemistry thing. Even the sound, it doesn't matter. Look, Richie and Blue Saraceno are both technically superior guitar players to CC DeVille. There's no argument there.
They didn't fit though.
But it's just not the same. It's like anybody else in Kiss except for Ace Frehley. There's a chemistry that those guys create. It's like pulling in another singer for AC/DC or another singer for Van Halen or another singer for
in Bon Jovi.
Yeah, I mean, as great a guitar player as Phil Zanitas is, he's still not Sambora. There's something there.
I got to disagree with Charlie S. You're saying Richie's input was overwhelming on that album, more melodic and better music.
Nope.
Look at the sales. Nope. What album do Poison fans play? The first three. They sure don't play Native Tongue. I'm sorry.
I love Native Tongue. I think it's a great record.
It's not a Poison record.
Stand is one of my favorite songs that Bret Michaels has ever sung.
It's a good song.
But that said, there's no
not
comparison.
Equal. It's not an equal.
It's not the same.
Yeah, people did not embrace Richie Kotzen. It didn't fit. Didn't fit.
He was just and Blue Saraceno was even a smaller blip on the map. And he's a great guitar player.
Well, Charlie S. is talking about music, not sales. But you know what? Sales is what determines an album being good or not. If you're comparing all their albums, you may like Native Tongue as your personal favorite album, and that's great. My favorite Metallica album, or let's stick with Poison. My favorite Poison album is Flesh and Blood. A lot of people's favorite album was the second one, Open Up and Say Ah. So, it's all a matter of taste. But the fact is, Poison fans don't look for those songs in the concerts. They want to hear songs from the first 3 albums, maybe a deep cut somewhere, but not.
When it's all said and done, album sales is the only arbiter. Yeah. That's the arbiter. Whether or not it's good doesn't matter. When you talk about who is big and who has more notoriety, I mean, look, New Kids on the Block were talentless. They didn't write their own songs. They were dancers.
They were put together band.
But in 1989, nobody sold more records than New Kids on the Block, and they became notorious.
Not just records.
Right, everything. Merch. Yeah, I mean, they were the biggest. They were the biggest pop band on the on the planet at that point. Does that make them phenomenal musicians? No. Look, the best guitar player on the planet today might be Steve Vai. He doesn't sell millions of records.
No.
He just doesn't.
I mean, with David Lee Roth, okay, but other than that, and Whitesnake.
Yeah, I mean,
but in a band setting, he's great.
The best bass player on the planet. I mean, the argument can be made. It's Billy Sheehan, Steve Harris. Look, that Steve Harris British Lion record. Steve Harris in Iron Maiden, fucking awesome. Steve Harris as a solo artist in British Lion. So chemistry is something that even if you're super talented, even if you're a super talented musician, if you're not hooked up with the right group of musicians, it doesn't work.
Fit your style.
It all works. It's like ingredients in a soup. If the right ingredients are there, it tastes great. You take one out, or you put too much of one, or not enough of another, it doesn't taste the same.
Bozique says Native Tongue was the best record because you had a guitarist who could actually play well. Dude, CeCe can play. But here's the thing. He writes what sells. He writes catchy riffs, catchy lyrics. He writes songs, and make no mistake, he's one of the main writers, if not the main writer of that band. Brett writes a lot of lyrics. CeCe writes the music and a lot of lyrics. And the fact is, he knows what sells. He knows what's commercial. He knows what's poppy and memorable and going to stick in your head and going to play on the radio or whatever. Yes, I understand that on a technical level, Richie is a better technical player. But if you look at Kiss, Bruce Kulick is their best technical player, and yet Ace Frehley is the best album sales. There's something about chemistry and image and writing that makes the first 3 Poison albums better than Native Tongue, and the sales reflect it. You may like it better because you as a guitar player may say, oh, for me, I want to hear the most technical player. Then you're listening to Poison for the wrong reasons.
Charlie
Most people they want the catchy songs.
Charlie S., nobody cares. I'm not trying to be a dick to you. Nobody cares if Poison is a B-rated 80s band. They're a B-rated 80s band who have mansions in the Hollywood Hills, whereas Richie Kotzen can't sell out a theater.
Yeah.
As talented as he is, try and get 1,500 people in a Richie Kotzen show. Poison sells 10, 12,000 tickets every time they come to this town. They play the amphitheater. Richie Kotzen plays clubs. That's a reality. But I mean, the Winery Dogs played a club. As talented as that band is, 3 of the most talented musicians on the planet, Mike Portnoy, Billy Sheehan, Richie Kotzen, less than 1,000 people went to the show. Poison, arguably nowhere near as talented musicians. Nobody in Poison is as talented as anybody in the Winery Dogs.
Technical talents musically. Okay.
Nobody is. Richie is a better singer than Bret Michaels. Brett's a better frontman, obviously. Richie's a better singer than Bret Michaels. Billy Sheehan is a better bass player than Bobby Dahl. Mike Portnoy is a significantly better drummer than Ricky Rocket. Nobody cares. Talent doesn't mean shit. All that matters, the Ramones were talent, and people love them. They're in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. The Sex Pistols, talentless, and people love them. Talent doesn't mean shit. What resonates with people is all that matters. That's the truth.
Make no mistake, CeCe is a better player than people give him credit for. But
his best solo was on Wild Thing. That Wild Thing solo that he does for the Sam Kinison song is phenomenally good.
And he's played on Warrant's album, the solo for Cherry Pie, and he's contributed other things. But you know what? He knows what sells. He knows he can play. If you want him to play more technical, he can. He can. He's talked to me about this. He can, but he knows what sells. And that's what buys the big house. And that's what gets the pretty wife and all the cars and the big fat bank account. And he's smart and he's good. I love him as a player, personally. And I'm not trying to play favorites here.
No, and look, Charlie S.'s opinion is completely valid. If he doesn't like Poison, he doesn't think. But the point being, the opinion that Richie Kotzen is a bigger name than Ricky Rocket is just wrong. It's wrong.
But it depends on who you're talking to.
No, it's wrong. Fucking Ricky Rocket is a worldwide known name. Richie Kotzen isn't.
I agree.
100%. He's just not.
100%.
Richie, I mean, Jesus Christ.
Nothing against Richie. I
bet any one of us could go outside right now and ask somebody on the street if they'd heard of either one of those guys. And it would take a while to find somebody who had heard of either one.
Probably because 80s metal isn't as mainstream, but
it would take longer to find somebody that knows who Richie Kotzen is than it would be to find out who Ricky Rocket is.
That's what I was about to say right there. I guarantee.
Not these days. I don't think so.
I think you couldn't be more wrong, John.
I don't think so.
No, I agree. I agree with Paulie, man. I agree with Paulie 100%.
He just is.
I like Renus's comment. Having CeCe play on your album is like having Gary Coleman take over your bedroom duties.
I mean, and
he's dead.
By the way, that said, I prefer Richie Kotzen. I love Richie Kotzen. I prefer Richie Kotzen as a vocalist more than I do as a guitar player. I think more guitar players out there can play like Richie Kotzen than can sing like Richie Kotzen. His voice is fucking phenomenal. Like better than Chris Cornell phenomenal. Better. The people that talk about Chris Cornell, yes.
Sorry, Richie. No.
Again, look.
No.
I preface this with we like Richie, friend of the show, better technical player. But the fact is, CeCe is the more known name. And when it comes to Ricky Rocket being in that band, Ricky is the more known name. He's just more popular. Yes, they had more hits.
Yep, there is too. And by the way, I think that if Soundgarden were to do a tribute show or record, Richie should sing.
Hold on. Ben Tom wants to ask his 14-year-old son which one he's heard about more.
Oh yeah, that'll be fun.
I don't know if he'll have heard of either. I mean, if he watches the show, he might have heard of both. But ask him which one he's heard about more.
Mutual parent blasphemy. Chris Cornell's super overrated. Great on record, not so great live. Go listen to some of those. I can play you demos of the Audio Slave first album when they were called Civilian. Chris Cornell's voice was harsh before a producer got a hold of it. When he was great, but he was inconsistent, and he's way overrated live.
David Ennis in the house.
5 or 6 songs into the set, and he's tired. His voice is hurting. And I love him as a vocalist, but there are guys who are just as good, if not better, than Chris Cornell. I think that Corey Glover is a better singer than Chris Cornell.
I'll agree with you there. Corey Glover's an underrated singer. I've seen him live. He's amazing.
Insane.
Really, really great.
Super, super singer.
Just to bring up to Charlie S., he's not saying that Richie Kotzen's a bigger name than Poison. He's saying talent and musicianship. Dude, there's 100 million people on YouTube that are even better than Richie, and it doesn't matter because they're not making money doing it. They're not making a living. They're not famous. The whole thing, and again, Richie's great, and he is a more technically proficient musician. But CeCe, and in that sense, all of Poison as a band, is more well known. They're the famous band. They're still touring. They're still filling up stadiums. They're still headlining or sub-headlining. And one more thing on that, because who brought it up? Bozique. As far as Ricky not being known because he's the drummer, certain bands, I'll agree with you that the drummer, what's his name? Who's the drummer? But certain bands of the 80s, especially Poison, Motley Crue, they have very well-known drummers. They have everyone knows Ricky Rocket.
Because they weren't just musicians, they were teen idols.
They were personalities.
Yeah.
They were big personalities. Characters, exactly, Johnny.
There were pictures, posters of those guys in every fucking music magazine. And it was, like Jerry
Tommy
Miller.
Lee.
Yeah, Jerry
everyone
Miller.
knows
Who's your favorite member of Poison? Like they were a boy band.
Yeah.
It was one of those things that, and yes, Charlie S. Richie Kotzen moves all of us. They're fantastic. But Richie Kotzen has never written something to believe in. A song that resonates with the world. He's never done it.
Bozique says Richie may not be a friend of the show after tonight. Again, Richie, nothing against you, man. We all like your music.
I had nothing to do with this, Richie.
Here's the thing. Richie Kotzen would sit here and go, yeah, of course Ricky Rocket's a bigger name than I am.
Probably.
Doesn't have a bigger dick than I do. Ask his ex-wife.
What up,
Oh, gosh.
No, but this is just reality. In the 80s, certain bands had certain personalities. You could name all 4 members of Poison, all 4 members of Motley Crue. You could name pretty much all of Bon Jovi, Def Leppard. There were certain bands that had characters and personalities that were part of the thing. That's Richie right now.
Richie's
Richie
calling
right
in.
now.
Actually, it's not because I have his phone number and it's not him.
Okay, good.
What are you, big timing us?
Is that Ricky?
Yeah.
Hang on,
It's not him though.
It's Ricky's wife. Johnny, are you free?
I love Richie Kotzen. I love the Winery Dogs.
Same here.
I think that I've got most of his solo material. I'm a huge fan of Richie. That said, he's not a bigger name than Ricky Rocket, and he never will be.
Ben Tom's son Tom says he has no effing idea who either one is. He's 14. I get that. But if you go ask someone
who's calling
on the street in their 40s, chances are that they will know who Ricky Rocket is. If they like that type of music, they will know who Ricky is. More so than Richie.
KXM Rock is talking about this. This is what got us to this point, was the Kotzen Smith project, which is Richie Kotzen and Adrian Smith from Iron Maiden. It's really, really good. Good hard rock stuff that we will really, really dig. If you like 80s metal and you like 80s hard rock, it has that feel to it, that traditional feel to it. It's really, really good. And Richie is a phenomenal guy.
Call back in. That was Charlie S.
Oh, was it?
Okay.
These guys are scared now. Yeah, call back in.
Let's put it this way.
I have to pee though, so let me go and let the dogs out and pee. No, I have to pee.
My bathroom is like way over there.
No, I'll be right. I'm not going to run away. Trust me.
No, we'll have a discussion. We'll have a discussion while Paul is going to pee. I'll just point this out. If you were watching MTV in the 80s, you saw Poison every hour. You constantly saw Poison. You know, that's not even in question.
Hey man. Oh, of course, man. Here, let me get you plugged in here. See if I can figure this out. Let's see. Where's the phone? I'm trying to.
If you would invest that money instead of that damn light bulb into a system that you could take a live call, our audience would be a lot happier.
Let me see. Because usually I can answer the phone from my computer. How do you guys switch a call from a phone to a Mac? I can't think right now.
Yeah, my phone's a BlackBerry. I have no idea. I'm lucky to even call my own mother.
Let's see. Maybe is it this? Yeah, 'cause usually my computer rings as well.
Bozique points out 80s hard rock artists are.
Hang on, Charlie.
Bozique points out 80s hard rock artists are not famous anymore, unfortunately. I doubt a lot of young people even know who John Bon Jovi is today. This isn't about young people. I know a lot of teenagers are not listening to our show. I know our audience is in their 40s, 50s. I get it. Some in their 30s, whatever. But and it's mixed. I know we have younger viewers too, but the bulk of everyone that's watching a show about 80s metal is interested about 80s metal. Even though we do comedy and stuff, the framing of the show is guitars and 80s metal. And I expect everyone in our audience pretty much knows who Poison is, knows who Bon Jovi is. That's why you're here rather than watching the news right now. And just the idea that the stadium tour is like selling out, pre-COVID or pre something -19, just says, there's a lot of audience out there for 80s bands. People want to see Def Leppard and Motley Crue and Poison and Joan Jett. I know I do. I know most of our audience does.
Okay, he hung up, but if he calls back, Charles, if he called back, hopefully it'll ring on my computer and I can answer it on here.
Is there a different number for your computer that you could get him on, or?
It's the same.
And Cecil Music brings up Poison was bigger than Rat, but I like Rat more.
Call back, Charlie.
You could toss up both of them. Poison was definitely the more popular one, but Rat's great. I mean, who doesn't love Rat? And, they're working on, talking about making amends between them.
Mm-hmm.
Fruitcake Tony says Poison's first album is the creme de la creme of all of them. Again, my favorite is their third album, Flesh and Blood. But you can. Oh no!
Richie, I had nothing. I went to go tuck the chickens, and I come back, and these guys are talking about this.
Yeah. Johnny brought up this topic because he's like, if there's one guy that really rubs my dick the wrong way, it's that fucking prick Kotzen. No, look, again, there's no question, Richie, that you are the better technical musician. But fact is, CC is the popular guitarist in Poison. Those albums sold better. That's just the fact.
You're not going to get me to argue the talent level of Richie Kotzen versus CC DeVille ever. And again, as I told Richie when he was here in Phoenix with the Winery Dogs, my biggest shock and surprise was I had no idea he had the fucking pipes he has. And as I've said before on this show, and I will reiterate it with Richie in the audience, he is an underrated vocalist, clearly on parallel with Chris Cornell. Just that good. People talk about Chris Cornell as being the voice of a generation. Richie's voice is that good and that strong. So even as a guitar player, if there are people that can play guitar as well as Richie Kotzen, and there are people out there that have that same talent level, are they as big as Richie? No. Is Richie as big as CC? No. As a name, as a popular name. But I don't know, outside of Johnny Lang, I don't know of any other guitar player with that level of technical expertise on the guitar and vocal prowess. That's a unique combination, and that makes Richie Kotzen a supreme musician in comparison to the guys in Poison.
But look, even Richie's in the chat saying it's all good. Ricky is more famous than me.
Of course he is.
He knows it. I mean, he's a realist.
And I think I said that an hour ago.
We all
Richie
said that.
Kotzen would be sitting here saying, yes. So
I don't think that's him.
No, it's probably not.
I don't know.
But in any event, I either way, still love me some Richie Kotzen.
I
don't think he would have that avatar.
It actually,
he might.
It actually might be Richie.
Richie, here's the thing, Richie. If Richie can pull that kind of avatar, he's a better man than I'll ever be. No,
look,
Richie
listens
a
to the
supremely
show.
talented guy.
No, look, Richie listens to the show. I mean, that's just what it is.
All right, Jay, just for you. Sucking on chili dogs. Sucking on chili dogs.
Hey,
Sucking
Jay.
on chili dogs. Sucking on chili dogs. There you go.
Behind the shade tree.
No, have you seen that video yet, John?
Which one is it?
Fucking hilarious. It's a guy singing Jack and Diane, and he
Right.
sings the first verse normally, and then the rest of the song is just sucking on chili dogs. The whole thing. And then at the end, it's a little ditty about Jack and Diane, two kids sucking on chili dogs.
That's because Diane was transsexual and had a penis. Jack
Maybe.
and Diane.
Oh, come on now.
What?
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 Me?
We're
Who?
LGBTQ friendly. We're very LGBTQ friendly.
Charlie, call back. Somebody call that number right now and get my computer to ring.
Why?
Because Charlie S wanted to talk to you guys about poison.
Don't let him come on.
He said the phone got
Just
cut off.
call in again, Charlie. We'll talk. with
Music Therapy Labs brings up a fantastic combination of guitar player singer, Dave Meniketti. Dave Meniketti is a super talented guy and one of the nicest guys in rock and deserves to be a bigger star.
you. A lot of guys deserve to be bigger stars than they.
Yeah,
than they-
I mean, Dave
than they did.
Meniketti is one of the nicest guys. He's one of the nice guys in the music business. And Y&T, criminally underrated band, put out a fantastic catalog of music.
Call from
Oh,
Ellie!
1. To send a voicemail, press 2.
Hi,
Ellie.
So should we talk about?
Mommy's birthday!
What?
Mommy's birthday, yes.
Oh, it
Happy
is?
birthday to
It's Mommy's
Jeannie.
birthday!
Happy birthday, Jeannie.
Happy birthday, Jeannie.
Jeannie Hannon, wife of the great Jay Hannon of
You're welcome.
Gizmochi.
What are you guys doing?
Sucking
We're
on.
we're wasting everyone's time.
Jesus.
They're trashing friends of ours.
Yeah, we're just bad mouthing people. We're ending Johnny's friendships so that he can spend more time with his light.
Somebody change my lights. We're getting more calls, but hey, it's Ellie though. So
No.
That's
Everybody's
okay.
gonna have to wait. Sorry, Charlie S. You've been big timed.
Wait, hold on a second. Can Ellie hear me?
she can hear you if they're watching the video.
Is Paul eating chili dogs?
Sucking on chili dog.
Yeah,
Yes.
how face. That's what I have in mind too.
It
Ellie,
is.
Ellie, do you like Ricky Rocket? Ellie, do you like Ricky Rocket?
Nope.
Boo!
She said no.
Would she say who?
She said no.
I think she said boo.
Ellie, can you hear? Are you watching the show, Ellie?
Who do you know more, Ellie?
No.
Ricky Rocket or Richie
Yes,
Kotzen?
you are.
That's
Ellie,
great.
There's a delay though.
Ellie, do you like Ricky Rocket or Richie Kotzen?
Well, we were watching, but then we had to call in, so now we're not watching, we're talking.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
And Ellie doesn't want to say the full chili dogs part because she thinks the S word is a swear word.
Well, that's just good parenting right there.
Oh.
Congratulations. That
There
one
you
good parenting moment is
right, Ellie?
that one good parenting moment is outweighed by the fact that you've been letting your child watch
All
this
right.
show.
We'll let you guys get back to it. Oh,
What'd she say? I
All
like
right.
Ricky Rocket?
There it
Is
is,
that what she
everybody.
said?
You got the word.
tell everybody to have a good show.
She's awesome.
Thank you. The great Jay Hannon of the band
Have a good
Gizmochi
show.
calling in.
Talk to you later.
Bye.
Let him out.
Bye, Ellie.
Bye, Ellie.
Do it!
Happy birthday, Jeannie.
Happy birthday, Jeannie.
Everybody
Happy
go,
birthday.
sucking on.
Happy birthday.
Dog,
Sucking
sucking
on.
on.
Chili dog.
Hey, don't forget, it's Mommy's birthday. We'll send
Oh,
you
I
a
won't
cake.
forget.
Oh, we've got to make sure we remember that.
Noted.
Bye, Ellie.
Bye, Ellie. Shouldn't Ellie be in bed? It's like 9, 10, almost 10 o'clock at night.
They hung up.
Well, it's a snow day.
That's
There's no
awesome.
school tomorrow.
They're the nicest people. The
They really
Hannons are the
are, right?
nicest people. They really are.
I'm so jealous. They're like the model family
Yep.
every one of us
Yep.
wants.
I know. That's the bar. We're never going to get there ever. Three of us are sitting here on a Tuesday night. Well, Jay and his lovely family are probably enjoying some Colonel's popcorn See what I did there?
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh,
And by the way, thank you, Charles Green, who sent Colonel's popcorn to both myself and my mother. It's not here yet, but I just want to say thank you. And thank you to everybody who sent me everyone seems to be going with Amazon gift cards for food and stuff. So thank you. And Lindy Lou and Mary sent Gold Belly. But thank you for Charles Green for Colonel's gourmet popping corn and more, because they have candy, nuts, chocolate, all delicious stuff. You want to go to Colonel's Gourmet website and check it out, and make sure it's Colonel's Gourmet, because there was another Colonel's and I looked at it. I was like, what's this garbage? And then I was like, oh, Colonel's Gourmet. That's the right one. Okay.
cornholes.
So, yeah.
Oh.
Cornhole and Pat's dogs. The cook is never tired. There you go.
Little ditty about Colonel's popcorn. Little ditty about Colonel's popcorn.
It's good
Little
stuff.
ditty about Colonel's popcorn. Little ditty about Colonel's popcorn. Let me say it now. Little ditty about Colonel's popcorn. Little ditty about Colonel's popcorn. I better get a free box of Colonel's popcorn.
Or a big
Singing
can
all about
of Colonel's popcorn.
Colonel's popcorn.
Yeah,
All right. Nothing.
great stuff.
Okay, then.
I'm dying for my shipments to arrive. And mention Jay Hannon of the band Gizmachi, whose song you should check out, or Johnny Beane, and you will get a larger portion or a discount or whatever they give. I'm still not sure.
The only thing at Colonel's, if you're listening, you got to have better quality bags, because everybody that gets
Look at this Karen. Look
everybody
at this Karen.
no.
I
And
speak to the manager about your bags.
This happened to me too. I had a bag of the chocolate covered pretzels. They dropped on the ground. The bag exploded open.
Who told
and
you to drop it? Johnny, do you have a flat screen TV?
I don't have a TV.
I'm sorry. One more.
I have lights.
Okay, if Panasonic makes a great TV, but if you drop it, it'll break open too, and they're doing really well. I think Colonel's bags are fine. Can I speak to the manager about the bags? The
Paul got
popcorn's
one. It was
delicious,
busted open.
but,
John
bag.
Bale got one. It was busted open.
I didn't get any Colonel's popcorn.
They're concentrating on
Lying
making
sack of shit.
delicious
You
gourmet
didn't?
popcorn.
No, I got the stuff from Sean Johnson that was broken open.
Oh,
Oh,
well, my whole box was ripped open from Sean Johnson.
Yeah.
but Colonel's popcorn, their bags are fine. Leave them alone.
Meh.
Bags. Stupid bag. Who likes popcorn anyway?
Oh no, John, just shut up about the bags.
Well,
already.
I was very satisfied with my bags.
I would like them to
Of
give
course,
me
they're
some more bags.
both my bags are hanging off my chest. There they
no,
are.
Don't be that boy.
Oh, I thought you meant my sags.
Oh, yes, Brian, the sign guy. I did get Swiss picks. Thank you. Thank you for asking.
Yes.
But I've still never had any Colonel's popcorn. Hi, buddy.
Yes, Paulie does have Swiss Picks, sponsor of the show.
Hi, buddy.
Terrific grip on your guitar playing with Swiss Picks. Who doesn't like that? Those little holes you could make a necklace out of if you're not playing. You could stick my wang in there. It fits perfectly.
That's not nice.
Now, these are great gripping picks. If you haven't tried a Swiss Pick, just give it a shot. Let us know what you think, because we love them. A lot of people we referred love them. Best grip you could get on a guitar pick these days. These raised holes are terrific. Thank you, Swiss Picks.
Hi, buddy.
love you.
Yeah. Oh, good boy, Ace.
He's a good boy. He's gonna go break something. I know it. He's a
Yeah,
good boy.
Atta
buddy.
boy.
He's a good boy.
Kevin wants to know guitar hint of today's show and tell guitar.
What?
It is the hint today is it's very, very nice. Very, very nice. There you go. There's your hint. It's a very, very nice guitar. Get it? Very, very nice.
I see what you did there.
Yeah, see? Any other complaints about our sponsors, Johnny?
Wait a minute. What's going on up here? What is he doing?
What do you got there?
Figuring out how to work the microwave.
What's he doing? Ned!
He's ripping open a bag of kernels.
He's shitting on your counter.
Ned!
He's like, I liked the popcorn.
Get down.
Hi, buddy.
I don't know what he's... That's new to me.
No, it's not. He just the first time you've seen it happen because
Well,
he's been climbing over everything in your house for years.
Usually I'm asleep.
Usually you're
Usually
paying
I'm sleeping.
attention.
Yeah.
Usually you're paying attention to the show. Now he's like, oh, this is boring. What's Ned doing? It's like, I think I'm going to go cut Blue Rhino's nails today. Let me know when the show resumes being good. Yeah, okay.
Who was calling us from San Mateo? We were getting a call from Texas too. I saw.
Yeah.
Texas.
By the way, our heart goes out if there's anyone in Texas right now without power that's not watching the show. Our heart goes out to you. Our spirits with you, but you can't hear this, so what do you do?
That would have been great if it was actually Richie Kotzen, by the way, in the chat. That would have been fucking great.
Might have been.
Could have been.
I don't know. How do we know it wasn't? Richie watches the show. I mean,
We don't know.
makes sense.
We don't know.
I think it was.
I think it was based on what he said before he said goodbye. I think it was.
Could have been.
Santa Cruz. Thank you, man.
No, Santa Cruz, it's not cool because he's made it a revenue stream.
Yeah. Yeah, this is another way we've come up with to for Johnny to fleece our audience.
He's 33% of the talent on this show and 100% of the revenue. What the fuck?
Mm-hmm. But I do 2 other shows.
Not
And
now. You don't.
Money, you make
Not
money
right
on
now.
those.
You're
too.
not.
I'm always sitting here. But yeah, if you guys want to change the color of those lights, send a super chat, and whatever the color of that chat is, those will automatically change like magic.
Like magic.
It is. It's literally.
If
Magic
you guys
that
in
costs
the
you
audience,
money. It's a peep show. Is all it is.
if you guys in the audience are that bored that you're staring at that light, going, should I drop $10 to change that? Right now, David Crosby's like, meh, red light, meh. Switch it to blue. Meh. Don't want to give him money though. Meh. Edwin Crane says that also wasn't Jay. So maybe it wasn't Jay Hannon either. I don't even know if Jay watches the show.
No, it was a fake. It was a fake. It was a fake Ellie.
Yeah. Yeah, I could do that too. Hi, Johnny.
Oh, Cardi B. Good to hear from you.
Cardi B, friend of the show.
I doubt that.
Get me some of that wet ass poison. That wet ass poison.
Eat local. Jesus.
Oh, jeez.
By the way, I would just like to point out that dear Colonel's Gourmet Popcorn, know that you can't see this. Look at that. I got plugged.
Johnny, spotlight Paulie.
Well, don't show.
Wait, spotlight, spotlight Paul.
Make sure, Paul, you're not showing anything. Yeah, like right there. You just got a text with a phone number right there. See.
I don't care.
Okay.
That's
Well,
the Attorney General of the
there we
state of
go.
Arizona.
What does that say, Paulie?
Hey there, Jay Hannon and Johnny Beane sent me to order some goodness. Neanderthal did too. See that?
Nice. There you go.
Now I look great.
that's the sound of popcorn being popped.
No, that just so you know, that text thing that came in is an argument between my on-air partner Mark and the Attorney General of the state of Arizona over who had more #1 hit songs.
Nice. Music Therapy Laz has an important question. If I order a tin of the Colonel's popcorn, 2-gallon size, do I get a Johnny Beane Jay Hannon sticker on the tin? I'm sorry, I thought that sticker was going to be like all 7 of us. Was it now just Johnny and Jay?
Jay, help me out here.
It's just Johnny and Jay now. It's just like two faces. Like
band meeting. Time for a band meeting.
oh boy, here we go.
Band
This
meeting.
is the type of shit that JoJo.
This is what broke up Popcorn.
This is what broke up Popcorn, the band.
The bottom
Because-
of the 10 is a picture
Yeah.
of John Biel.
Yeah, because when the four of us were together
Bell-
with
John
JoJo
Biel's
the
belly
Chimp.
is the 10.
Yeah,
John Bielli.
John Biel.
John Bielli.
Oh.
Oh, that's not. Hi, Ellie.
Yeah. No, we're working on that. We're working on getting a 10, and they will look just like that.
Can you
That,
work on?
I-
can you work
I
on
know
not
I need
throwing
one.
the microphone when you tell us that.
Yeah.
It'll look just like that.
Thank you, Miss Othmeyer.
The picture of the 10.
The answer to number 7, ma'am. I love that. Meh. Nothing
Just so you
on
know-
it. Meh.
Just so you know, I'm tapping out shortly because work. Because it's
Work.
that time. It's that time. for me to go to bed.
Well, then I should bring up this. I
Wow.
should bring up this topic because you also know him. Let's talk about Alice Cooper. Because Alice Cooper is coming out with a brand new album February 26th. It's almost here. How's that one for you? New album called Detroit Stories. This is his follow-up to 2019's Breadcrumbs EP. This will be a full studio album, and he basically comes out and he says it's called hard rock. It's called Detroit Stories because, in his opinion, he feels Detroit is the hard rock capital of the United States, and Paul Stanley obviously agrees because hence Detroit Rock City. That's why he named it. But he brings up, back in the day, LA had the Doors, but Detroit had who'd you have? You had Ted Nugent, Alice Cooper, Bob Seger, and a bunch of other hard rock bands all coming out of Detroit. Alice also being born in Detroit. So a lot of love to Detroit on the topic of the album.
But they all left. None of them went back. None of it.
Well, no, a lot of the. Listen, Kiss has often said their favorite places to play are Madison Square Garden in New York because they're from New York, and Detroit because Detroit has that
to play and then to
great
leave.
audience.
Yeah, but
Wow.
Detroit is one of those places that has a reputation for being a very rock and roll town.
Yeah.
And between Alice Cooper and the Amboy Dukes, and let's not forget the Stooges, and let's not forget the MC5. And as much
A
as
few
I can't,
others. A few
much as I
others.
can't stand his music, Bob Seger, and adopted Alice Cooper, obviously born there, but the Spiders and everything was a Phoenix band. Now, obviously, this is one of those things. Detroit is an interesting second city home. People love to claim Detroit as their own, and Detroit likes to claim bands as their own. They claim Alice Cooper, and Alice Cooper reciprocates. And the second biggest place in the United States where the Jay Giles band was big was Detroit. They're from Boston, but for whatever, Detroit, there's something about Detroit, whether it's because it's a tough city, industrial, they build all the cars there. It's just a very tough, aggressive city, and rock and roll always does well up there. It really is the bigger rock city in the Midwest than pretty much anywhere else. The idea that the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame is in Cleveland and not in Detroit is kind of silly. If there was going to be a place to put it in the Midwest, it should have been Detroit.
It'd be getting
It's also
broken
not.
into.
It's also not rock and roll anymore. It's also not really rock and roll anymore. But
Wow, but that trust me, that ship sailed a long time ago.
But
Is there
but I
anybody-
totally agree.
Is anybody watching us from Detroit right now? I mean, I hear it's just rough. I hear it's
Well,
Detroit,
it's
Detroit it's got its places. Yeah, it's a big, tough city.
It
It's like
is.
New York City. It's like Chicago. It's like DC. It's like LA. LA has, its areas too. Detroit
Trust
is
me.
a tough Midwestern city.
Yeah, but I mean,
and-
the idea that doesn't have anything to do with how they like, musically, as
No,
far
it's a
as
big
musically,
place, man. It's a big
mean,
place for rock.
I mean, literally, Paul Stanley wrote Detroit Rock City because he felt the love they got from Detroit, the support they always got from Detroit was, as far as music goes, was a very big outgoing hard rock city. Yeah, LA, of course, you have the glam scene, and Nashville, Tennessee, you got the country music scene, but Detroit.
Punk rock was born in Detroit. Punk rock was born in Detroit. The MC5 and the Stooges were those were the pioneers in punk rock music in the United States of America. And then the bands in over in England, like the Clash and the Jam and the Sex Pistols, took that, what was being done by the Stooges and by the MC5, and to a lesser degree the Amboy Dukes, although the Amboy Dukes are more psychedelic. But the MC5 and the Stooges, those are the first punk bands in the United States of America. Detroit is where punk was born in this country.
I mean, there's a lot of support for hard rock music in Detroit. I mean, and it continues today. So Alice Cooper basically wanted to make this his love letter to Detroit. Full studio album, again produced by Bob Ezrin, who has not let us down with Alice Cooper product.
And
really,
Kiss
really
product,
cool.
And Bob Ezrin has produced like the last 4 Deep Purple records, and they've all been great.
Yeah, he's an
still has
amazing
it.
producer.
Yep,
really,
he still has
really.
the touch.
You know what it is? He knows the acts. He knows exactly what they're bringing to the table, and he knows how to massage them into exactly the product that they can be capable of. Yeah.
Yep.
So that's a big thing. Also very cool in typical Alice Cooper fashion. There's going to be a lot of various offered packages of this album. There's going to be an LP. There's going to be it's going to be a double a double gatefold LP, a CD DVD combination offering, and the DVD, if you go for that, has the live concert, A Paranormal Evening at the Olympia Paris, which Alice says is probably one of the best, more modern Alice Cooper concerts that they've done, that seem to get like really rave reviews and whatnot. That'll also be available, and this is the one I'll probably go for. I don't normally go for CD box sets, but this is Alice Cooper, and there's something about Alice Cooper and Kiss that you just kind of love the merch. And this one is a CD box set with a Blu-ray of the concert, a t-shirt, a face mask, that's fun, a torchlight, whatever that is, and 3 stickers. Cool. I love merch like that.
Hell yeah.
You like stuff like that, Paulie, right?
Yeah, I think that none of it matters if the music sucks, but the music's not going to suck, because Alice Cooper is, and fair warning, full disclosure, I work with the guy, so he does nights on our radio station and lives here in Phoenix. He's come in the station a bunch of times. He's a good dude.
I hope he wipes it up when he does.
He is one of the nice guys in rock. You would never know that you're talking to a rock and roll Hall of Famer when you talk to Alice Cooper, because all he wants to do is talk about music, like talk about bands that he really gets into. He's a fan first. And that's one of the beautiful things about him. And his music is super underrated. If you go look at some of the ballads that Alice Cooper has written, like Only Women Bleed and You and Me, he is a phenomenal songwriter, and I don't think he gets the credit he deserves, because not unlike some other bands, his image was so overpowering and so important and so pioneering that I think that the music was considered secondary to the Alice Cooper show and the live event. But he's actually a very, very talented songwriter.
I mean, you have Alice as that, over the top personality character, like a member of Kiss, like something like that,
Sure.
Because he does those big, grand live shows.
But he's no dummy.
No, he's super smart, smart, and a champion golfer. Let's not forget that either.
Fantastic golfer.
But with that said,
Cheats at golf, though.
Huh?
Cheats at golf.
Well, I won't say anything. I've never played with him, but
I'm not going to badmouth Alice Cooper. There's nothing to badmouth. Let's put it this way. One of the favorite guitars in my collection is Keep Free. What? Howface. Alice, if you're watching, call in. What do you think about Richie Kotzen?
Oh, Alice, have you ever heard of Ricky Rocket? I think they actually toured together, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
At one point.
And by the way, we forgot about the biggest band in Detroit, according to the Decline of the Western Civilization Part 2, Seduce.
Oh, well, of course. They're right up there with Anvil and London.
Yes. and Odin.
And Thor.
Odin.
And,
Odin. No, he doesn't. Vistalite. The Alice Cooperstown has closed. Actually, a couple of years ago, it closed.
If you've never seen a live Alice Cooper tour, it's a lot of theatrics in there. And this is why I consider him like one of the best entertainers in the business. I always loved his music, all the early stuff in the 70s. And then, the 80s, like I was starting to say, one of my favorite guitars in my collection is Pete Friesen's Mockingbird, that when he was with Alice, he played in the Poison video and the Feed My Frankenstein video and in Wayne's World and during the Hey Stupid tour and during the Trash tour. I love Alice Cooper. I always considered him one of the best entertainers in the business on multi levels. If you've never seen him live, he's absolutely terrific. And I highly recommend, if he does touring again, that you check him out while you can, because he's terrific.
Cool. Yeah, I've never seen him.
You've never seen Alice Cooper?
Of course. Do you know who he is, Johnny?
Excellent show.
I have no idea who that is.
I mean, he has like hangings and guillotines and
no, my friend, I know the guy used to play with him.
Which one?
Damon Johnson.
I can't even remember his name now. Steve
Don
Hunter.
Johnson.
Steve
Don
Hunter.
Johnson.
Steve Hunter was his guitarist, and then he went on to do the David Lee Roth record with Jason Becker.
Yeah,
and then Desmond Child wrote
and Mike Hartman.
Poisoned by Alice Cooper.
One of my
Desmond
favorites.
Child.
One of my favorite. That is probably my favorite Alice Cooper song. I mean, there's so many of them. School's Out, I'm 18, Only Women Bleed. I mean, you could go on and on and on through Alice's catalog. I mean, the guy had a comic book. Just so many different times in his life. And by the way, Nina Strauss, amazingly good player, really good player. Someone in the chat said, "Oh, she's got a great ass." No, absolutely, she's a beautiful, hot, sexy girl. Yada yada. She can play. She brings it. She really does.
Yeah, so it's one thing to be. It's no good if you're good looking and talentless.
Yeah.
Now we're back to Poison.
Yeah, Alice Cooper. Alice Cooper isn't going to pick some junky guitarist. He can have his pick of the litter. He really can. So, the idea that he handpicked Strauss is he has an eye for talent, and the material's good.
Alice is no dummy. He knows the history of rock and roll. And by the way, we left out, I don't know how many Detroit bands. I mean, between Grand Funk and White Stripes, and I mean, we could just go on. Bill Haley Bill Haley was from Detroit. I mean, Detroit there's an argument to be made that Detroit is America's home, the birth of rock and roll in America. There's an argument to be made there. Mitch Ryder. I mean, there's so much shit that's gone on there, but Alice is no dummy. He knows the history of music. He's a fan. He's an infinitely talented composer, a great lyricist. His songs, again, if you go back and listen to, and again, because Alice Cooper is Alice Cooper, sort of like with Kiss, to a better degree, though, because Alice's songwriting, I think, is stronger overall than Kiss's songwriting has been if you go and dig into the lyrics and the way it's done. But it got completely overshadowed by the fact that show is... Without Alice Cooper, okay, we start with Screamin' Jay Hawkins. We go from Screamin' Jay Hawkins to James Brown to Elvis.
I feel good.
Elvis to Bowie, and then to Alice Cooper. And Alice Cooper added the horror element, although he did take some stuff from Wizard and the Crazy World of Arthur Brown and stuff like that and made it. But he was the guy that brought that theatrical thing into rock that Kiss then eventually appropriated, and Wasp and Gwar and
Motley
Green
Crue.
Jello and Motley Crue and Marilyn Manson and Rob Zombie and all of those guys. Ozzy Osbourne, all of those guys took from Alice Cooper. Now, he took from a couple of different people, but it's one thing to take an influence. It's another thing to make it your brand. And when you become the standard, Alice Cooper and Kiss are the standard for theatrical rock shows.
Absolutely.
Kiss did it bigger than Alice Cooper because there's 4 of them. You know what I mean? When they had 4 unique characters, whereas Alice was the one character. and the backing band. Although for a period of time when Alice had Kane Roberts and Kip Winger in the band, it was a pretty big ensemble and it was a pretty big live show.
What about the
guys?
What about the Tubes?
Yeah, the Tubes,
But fee way bill.
the Tubes
are great.
and they're from here.
And then they're from here.
Yeah.
They've moved around a bit. They've made their way.
But a lot of those bands, Alice, he's became sort of the standard bearer. Him and Kiss became the standard bearer for theatrical music. And as such, both bands' musical output and their capabilities and their proficiency as songwriters and players got put into the back seat, unfairly so. Go back and grab some of that old Alice Cooper music and listen to those songs, stuff like Cold Ethel. I mean, they're really good songs.
Ethel's dead.
Yeah. Really good. And I mean, and his biggest
Great
songs
stuff.
were ballads. His biggest songs were power ballads. Only Women Bleed, You and Me. Those are big fucking songs in the 70s.
School's Out and I'm 18. Right. I think were the two really big, exploding
Those are the big rock songs. Those are the big rock songs. But the ones that crossed over that were on AM radio in the 70s, Only Women Bleed and You and Me were massive records.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, massive records. And just he's a phenomenally talented guy. And again, a nice guy. Just couldn't be nicer. Has no reason to be as nice as he is. Alice Cooper's a solid human being. I imagine the new album will be great.
Didn't he also do I want to say a concept album with Neil Gaiman, or based a concept album, comic book thing with Neil Gaiman?
The Welcome to My Nightmare stuff is a concept album.
Right, but they're in the 90s, I want to say.
Last Temptation of Alice?
Yes,
Cooper?
that's it.
Yeah.
Last Temptation.
Yeah.
That was I believe
94.
In conjunction in a comic book as well with Neil Gaiman, who wrote the comic book Sandman,
right,
among other things.
Yeah, he's done just fine. I mean, Alice's records are outstanding. I mean, here's the thing: he's one of those guys that's had two careers: Alice Cooper the band and Alice Cooper the solo artist. And Alice Cooper the band is a phenomenal band in and of itself. And then Alice, when he did the Welcome to My Nightmare and everything beyond that from 1975 forward, is a completely reinvention. It's almost like Ozzy and Sabbath. They're both brilliant for different reasons.
Yeah, and guitarist-wise, Kane Roberts, Craven Soda brings up Kane Roberts.
Yeah,
this is like a bodybuilder that decided to pick up a guitar.
Yeah,
and look, Megadeth covered No More Mr. Nice Guy.
Yeah,
he did
Axel Under My Wheels with Ice, with Alice during the decline of the Western civilization. They did that with Axel and I think Ice-T too, right?
And there was some other one for Nightmare on Elm Street 4 or what? No, I'm sorry. Not Nightmare on Elm Street. Friday the 13th.
Yep.
Part 4, I think.
Well, he did Feed My Frankenstein is
huge.
huge.
And Wayne's World, and
yep.
I mean,
no, he's a great dude.
Well-rounded, nice guy, super talented entertainer. And this one, he also brings out. He wanted to use a lot of local Detroit talent. So, like, if he needed horns in a song, he got Detroit guys. If he wanted, he says the only guest on that album that's not from Detroit was Joe Bonamassa, and he's on there guesting on a song. But he said I used a lot of other musical guys from guest guitarists, guest singers, all from Detroit. It's really like a love letter from him to Detroit.
Yeah, it was Halloween. Man Behind the Mask is the song you're thinking of.
That's it. Thank you
to Michael Bouchard.
Thank you.
I hope I got your name right. I apologize if I mispronounced it.
Call in.
Yes.
Was that Halloween or was that Friday? No, it was Friday the 13th because I remember it was Jason. It was Jason Voorhees.
Was it Jason? All right.
Yeah, but it is Man Behind the Mask. That is the song off the soundtrack. So as far as that goes.
All right. With that in mind, I have to tap out.
All right, Paulie, have a good night. Thank you.
It's sleepy time. 3:00 comes very early. Thank you to everybody for the nice things. Thank you for making Johnny Bean rich tonight. Thank you.
That light fucking changed again. Look at this. I feel like I'm watching a traffic light, but it's a paid traffic light.
Thank you to Charlie S for giving us something to talk about for an hour. That was cool, talking about actual 80s metal and arguing over stuff like that. That's the beautiful part of what we do here.
And
when we actually get into music arguments, it's fun.
Yeah, it is. Because it's all opinion, and whatever.
Yeah. And opinions are like assholes. John Mancuda eats all of them.
Oh,
we all need a hobby. Oh my gosh. Johnny's
Gross.
favorite comment. Oh my gosh.
No.
Oh, John. Don't eat assholes.
John.
No. Oh. John's eating walnuts out of assholes again. Oh. Such a disappointment.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, so there you go. So that's the new Alice Cooper, and everyone should check that out. February 26th, coming up. What is that, a week from now?
10 days.
Yeah, I mean that's gonna be great. I didn't even remember that he was working on a new one. And again, Bob Ezrin doesn't disappoint, with Alice or with Kiss. I mean, really, really, really puts out great stuff. So that's that. Let's see. We discussed Winger's vocals.
We're disgusted.
We're disgustulated. Rena says, I was there when Mancuda ate a box of Nerds candy from a stripper's bunghole. I like strippers, man. I can't argue with that.
Wait, that's from a movie. I saw that movie. That's a movie I saw.
Wait, he's quoting from a movie?
That's from a movie. That's from that one John Biel. The one
John Biel, come on, you know all this anal candy stuff.
The one with Seth Rogen.
Now
Michael Anthony thinks I look like Seth Rogen. Yeah, it's the one with Seth. The Interview. It's called The Interview.
Oh,
that
has that line.
Yep.
Okay. Well, Renus, you're plagiarizing Seth Rogen, so that kind of hurts. Please don't. Let's talk about. There's a new video podcast. Not that I want you to turn away from ours, but the good thing about YouTube.
Oh, it's Pineapple Express. Okay.
Oh, okay, cool.
I know it was one of those. I watched both in like 2 days. So it's the same two guys.
You do kind of look a bit like Seth Rogen. You do.
That's what Michael Anthony thought. I could
see that.
Called me that.
Yeah. I could see that. He thought you were Seth Rogen. He started to hand you a $20 bill. He's like, here's the money I owe you. Wait a minute. You didn't lose a bet. Yeah, just so you know. And just so I did do it through the episode because I hate to forget to do it. Pocani, Pocani, we love you long time. Shout out to my girl Sandra Picorni out there.
Yo.
There we go. And of course, shout out to Jeannie Hannon for her birthday.
Happy birthday, Jeannie.
I was starting to say, not that I want anyone to watch any shows other than the ones we support, but there is a new video podcast coming out by Mark Cantor. Now, if that name doesn't sound familiar to you, he's not a musician. He owns Cantor's Deli in Los Angeles. Now you're saying, okay, why do you want us to watch a video podcast held by the owner of Cantor's Deli in Los Angeles? Mark Cantor grew up best friends with Slash and Axl of Guns N' Roses. And as he grew up with them into their teens, he documented, because he always thought that Slash would be a big success. He was right. He documented Slash's whole career from the beginning. And he basically was always best friends with the guys in Guns N' Roses. So he's the unofficial, archivist of the history of the way Guns N' Roses formed. He has a book out called Reckless Road that he put out years ago. I know he sells it online and sells it at the deli, actually, which I happen to go to sometimes. But he's coming out with a video podcast called The First 50 Guns Guns N' Roses, the first 50 gigs, or GNR, the first 50 gigs. And it's going to basically be a video. Each episode is going to go through a little step of him documenting the early career of Guns N' Roses right up to the point they formed Appetite for Destruction and a little beyond that. So he's basically doing a video podcast walking you through it rather than, if you read the book, it's a great book. It's got a lot of documentation and photos and stuff, but he has all sorts of personal effects from, club shows and, little tickets and early merch and stuff from bands they were in before actually being Guns N' Roses and, stuff, back when they were with Tracy Guns and stuff like that. And, all that early stuff. He has little merch and little souvenirs and stuff. And he's going to talk you through it almost like a historic documentary told in 50 episodes on YouTube. So GNR, the first 50 gigs by Mark Cantor. I think that's going to be interesting because, think about that, Johnny. You're talking probably one of the biggest bands in hard rock music of all time, seen by their best friend who, saved everything, photographed everything, documented everything, right up into that, hey, I'm meeting him. Let's form a band together. Hey, let's bring this guy in. Let's throw this guy out. Let's do these little club shows. Let's try to get a manager. Let's try, all those kind of things. It's a big deal, I think it's going to be really great. And, Mark's a nice guy. The book Reckless Road was terrific. And, that's like, if you could be best friends with a rock and roll band from the beginning, that's whose view it's coming from. I think it's going to be really great. Let's see. Fruitcake Tony brings up the famous Guns N' Roses photo on the back of the album was taken in a booth at Cantor's Deli. Yeah, because they were there. He was always with them. He was that extra guy that was always with the band when they were nobody. And they were buddies. So, he went to every show. He went to setups and sound checks and whatever.
He was making them sandwiches.
Yeah, in a lot of ways. I mean, that's his family's place. Sure.
Hey, Keith.
And listen, free food is something you desperately need when you're in an early rock and roll band phase, especially in the 80s. Let's see. Renus brings up, care to comment why Tracy Guns doesn't like Axl Rose? We talked about that on Saturday. I don't know, and I've never asked Tracy with it. Tracy's a friend of mine. I've never asked him about it, but I'm sure it will be discussed on that podcast because, they're going through, like I said, when Slash first picked up a guitar to, hey, that's a cool guitar. I can't wait to learn to play it. Like from that point to, right up to the rise and success of Appetite. I think that's going to be something really cool to watch. And again, read Reckless Road, check it out. Should be cool. I'm excited about it. I want to watch that. I want to see where they go with it.
Cool.
And he co-hosted with a friend of Mark's. I forget the guy's name, but it's another guy who also was in that scene with them. So I guess he did photographs and assisted with the book and stuff like that. I forgot the name though.
Jamil.
But either way, so that'll be coming out soon. They're in production of the second episode. Well, in the meantime, you can watch WandaVision. Keep you busy. You can watch all the other shows on this channel.
Yes.
So let's see. Alice Cooper, Winger, Guns N' Roses. Let's see what we want to discuss. We're coming up. We're 10 minutes away from Show and Tell guitar. And remember, the clue to today's Show and Tell guitar was it was a very, very nice guitar. Very, very nice guitar. So Craven Soda wants to know, what was Slash's first guitar? I forgot because I did read Slash's book, which is actually on the shelf behind me, right over there. So I could probably look it up, but you'd probably Google it too. I forget what it was. I know we used a lot of early BC Rich's, but I don't think that was his first guitar. I know he had early BC Rich Mockingbirds and a Warlock. He probably had, like the rest of us, he probably had like a junky first guitar, and like I've told this story on the show before. My first guitar was a Sears Country acoustic pile of shit with vinyl strings that my parents for some reason thought I would like that, even though I was into metal, not country music. I'm listening to Dio as a kid, and I'm sitting there like, Michael, row your boat ashore, hallelujah. It was the most crappy garbage country looking thing that I never wanted to play, and they gave me lessons during Saturday morning cartoons where I don't want to not watch Saturday morning cartoons to play this instrument I hate. So, I definitely didn't take to it. And to make no mistake, would they have gotten me something like an early, Strat or some Kramer or something cool? Yeah, I probably would have said, oh, wow, this thing makes cool noises. And it's, something like Vivian Campbell plays. And okay, yeah, I'd like to learn this. But they didn't. They got me something that, even David Crosby goes, meh, stupid Sears vinyl country guitar, meh guitar. Yeah, instead.
Actually, Crosby would be playing those guitars.
A vinyl string Sears guitar?
He'd be playing the country, the acoustics and stuff.
That's one guitar that idiot would approve of smashing. I promise you. I absolutely promise you. Yeah, no, it was just stupid. What do you do with a drunken sailor? And I had some music teacher from like an elementary school kind of going G G A B C. G G A B C. Now D strum.
Wait a
now
minute.
Go back. Yeah.
Let me think. G.
Oh, you know this teacher?
C. No, I'm thinking about AC/DC songs you could learn.
Yeah, but see that wasn't on the menu.
C.
In
the chat.
On the menu.
In the chat, what AC/DC song is this? What is this a chorus to? G. B. C. B.
I mean
D.
G, C.
What AC/DC chorus is that?
G, C, B, and D. You could probably attribute to like half of AC/DC, half of Poison. There are a lot of songs you could play, but this guy wasn't having that. This wasn't even a guitar built for that. This was the most garbage crap fest guitar.
You got it, Steve.
I hate it.
Steve Carmichael.
Steve Carmichael.
He got it. The chorus that shook me. G, B, C, B, D. Right, Steve? Yeah, I'm doing it in my head. I can play the guitar in my head.
So you're telling me this guy was actually trying to teach me AC/DC and saying, I'm not telling your parents this, but I'm telling them I'm teaching you what do you do with a drunken sailor? Don't tell them it's really AC/DC. Now do this on your leg. It's kind of hot. Yeah. No, it was I love Shook Me All Night Long. But yeah, that wasn't on the menu. And this wasn't that guitar. This was a Sears shit acoustic vinyl string, hunko garbage, probably, I don't know what, 12 frets or something. It was just a big bulky crap fest. Yeah, so that's why I didn't start learning guitar till later in my teenage years when a girlfriend got me a guitar, like a real electric guitar. So that worked out better anyway. But anyway, so there you go. Let's talk real quick. I'm just gonna touch on this because I don't want to get into the political aspects of it or anything. Whatever. I'm just gonna point out news-wise. if you're a fan of the band Iced Earth, you know that John Schaffer, the guitarist and leader of Iced Earth, was arrested in the Capitol building insurrection as one of the rioters invading the Capitol. He's arrested. He's under 6 counts of investigation for the FBI. So he's kind of pretty much done band-wise. And just the other day,
all those people are going away.
Yeah,
they're all going away.
Just the other day, Luke Appleton, the bassist of the band, and Stu Block, the vocalist of the band, they both quit. So the future of Iced Earth is
I've never heard of them. So
for those of us that like the music,
the band is now put on ice.
Yeah. They gotta send John to Antarctica to chop ice as his prison sentence. But like I said, I'm not going to get into the politics of it, but I want to report the news of it.
He met the drummer.
A lot of guys. Iced Earth had some great music, so a lot of guys know the band, and like I said, I can't. I won't speak on the political bullshit with the Capitol riot, but what I will say is the band, that's pretty much it as far as the band goes with Luke Appleton and Stu Block leaving as well. I mean,
it didn't help. It didn't help at all.
It did not help. It did not help.
It's like, guys, I'm gonna climb through this window and we're gonna be famous.
Yeah. Here's the tip. If you're already famous for being a rock star, don't do something really stupid like that. Do other stupid things.
Who wants to be a rioter star?
Yeah, let's
Tony, Andy Summers, he's better than everybody, man. You should know that.
Yeah,
technically, he knows theory, man.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, like I said, I'm not gonna get into the politics behind it, but you don't fucking invade the Capitol. You just don't do it. Just don't do it. Okay. So, you're already a rock star, and that's it. So that's where we're leaving it. So I just want to inform everyone. For those that asked, hey, is Iced Earth gonna continue on? The problem is John Schaffer was the guitarist and the leader of that band. So
of that mob.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Okay. But you want you want to think, okay, maybe the rest of the band will continue on without him. It was his band, so the rest of the band basically said, you know what, we're gonna break off. We're quitting. There will be other music from them. And again, Stu Block, he's a great vocalist. If you're a friend of the band, you know it. Him and Luke Appleton probably going to stick together and do some other project. That's my bet on it. But as far as Iced Earth going on without John Schaffer,
they're on ice. Thank you.
Yeah, they're definitely.
It's never a good idea to do
it's a shame. Did. It's a shame. Look, you want to do drugs and groupies and drink piss off the floor and snort ants. That's one thing, but anyway, it's a sad fate for a very good band. I liked Iced Earth. I thought they had a lot of talent. The albums were good. Is what it is. So not going to get into the political aspect of it, but it's a shame. Moving on, let's see. Let's do show and tell, and then we'll do some music news. Let me tell you what's coming up. Music news. We're going to talk about Black Sabbath and Ozzy. We're going to talk about Queen, Journey. Vince Neil is in the news. Wolfie Van Halen and Mammoth in the news.
Friday.
and Ronnie James Dio in the news. So there's a lot of music news to cover, but let's get to today's show and tell guitar, brought to you by Fantastic Tone Vinum pickups, this being the Mancuda Custom. You can get this or many others at Vinum Pickups. Vinum Pickups, Craig Vinum is one of the greatest custom winders out there, and he will custom make you pretty much what you want. You could go to Vinum Pickups and go to their website and check out and see they have all sorts of ready to go. You want a P90, you want something that apes a DiMarzio Super Distortion, but a little better. You want, something tweaked, all sorts of stuff like that. Really great stuff. I mean, I'm saving this and another pickup he gave me for a specific guitar that I do not own yet. So to answer Renus's question, but I will at some point.
That would actually, that would look great in that guitar behind you.
Which one? In that one?
Yeah.
But there's two of them. It's a set. It's a custom set.
Oh, that's a one pickup.
Yeah, I want it in something specific. I'm not going to get into it, but I want something specific. And as for Renus, I know they're good. I've played Vinum pickups before. I know the tones that Craig Vinum can wind into a pickup. This was custom ordered by me to my specs, so I know it's amazing quality. I know a lot of our audience has played Vinum pickups, so check out their website, Vinum Pickups. Fantastic stuff. And also by Tessie Switch, which Johnny, I'm sure, has one nearby. Look at that. The greatest kill switches out there. Check out Tessie Switch's website. If you want a good kill switch, that is the choice of professionals.
Like us.
Like us, absolutely.
Like this guy.
Yeah, like that guy in the jaunty driving cap sitting in front of you right there. Wait, is that JoJo the Chimp on your shirt? Oh, Jesus Christ. Johnny, what the fuck?
No, this is
no. I know who that is. That's JoJo the Chimp. Look at him.
Well, I guess it is.
Oh, Johnny, come on. I recognize that photo.
Wait a minute.
For those of you that are not familiar with JoJo the Chimp, Johnny, Paulie, myself, Blue Rhino, and JoJo the Chimp belong to a band, Popcorn the Band.
I can get this. I can get this.
Hold on. I'm telling a story here.
JoJo, no.
Yeah, listen.
JoJo. Don't do it, JoJo.
The five of us belong to Popcorn the Band. And
this actually is another company that we do, although we've never shouted them out.
Don't ruin my story, John.
Three Monkeys Solderless.
Don't ruin my story.
Solderless cables.
I know they took that photo from that publicity photo where JoJo was hopped up on cocaine dipped bananas at a show. See, for those that don't know, Johnny, Paulie, myself, Blue Rhino, and JoJo the Chimp belong to a band called Popcorn the Band. We've talked about it on the show before. We had a lot of turmoil, a lot of crazy times. And the problem is JoJo really was always the catalyst of infighting or contract negotiations going wrong, and stuff like that. A lot of drug problems. A lot of drug problems, especially for a monkey. All right. Come on. We'll wait. Anyway, there was one show where JoJo had dipped some bananas in cocaine, and he got his hands on a gun, and he started taking groupies hostage behind the stage of a show. It was a whole big thing, and just another reason that. Just another reason that Popcorn the Band broke up. And I guess they took that publicity photo of JoJo holding the gun and used it for what company is it, Johnny? Three soldered something? Three.
Three Monkeys solderless.
Three Monkeys solderless.
I did
cables or?
I did a review. There'll be a card right up here. I did a review, an unboxing for their cables. Actually, my entire you can't see it. My entire board is all Three Monkeys solderless cables.
Oh,
it's
cool.
it's. I should talk to them. We need
Well,
more endorsements.
The problem is they took that JoJo publicity image, which is just an embarrassment for all of us in Popcorn the Band, and you know, and there he is in the chat, JoJo the Chimp. F you, Mancuda. I gotta protect myself. You know, look, you're the chimpanzee with the drug problem, man. Don't bitch at me.
Wait a minute. That's the same avatar that Kotzen had earlier.
Yeah, we're still in litigation, and you know, not cool. No, Kotzen had a guitar avatar.
No, it was those.
It wasn't that.
It was.
No, scroll back. I remember Kotzen had like it was like a tobacco burst, kind of a Strat emoji. I remember looking. I remember looking at it. I think that was actually Richie. I do. Anyway, JoJo the Chimp, don't get involved in the show. You're still in litigation with us over Popcorn the Band royalties, and now Johnny's got your goddamn shirt on. All right. Well,
love you, JoJo.
And thank you, Craig Vineham. Craig Vineham, the great Craig Vineham of Vineham Pickups in the chat.
Oh,
his ears must have been ringing as I was plugging his website. Craig in the chat. Thank you, Craig. Anyway, so there you go. Johnny's got a JoJo the Chimp shirt on. But that's all coming up in music news. All the names I mentioned: Black Sabbath and Ozzy, Queen, Journey, Vince Neil, Wolfie Van Halen and Mammoth, Ronnie James Dio, and that's the freezing of iced earth. So now let's get to today's show and tell guitar. Today's show and tell guitar, I gave the hint, it's a very, very nice guitar. And that's because I always call this guitar the boysenberry guitar because of the color of it. And it's really cool. This is one of my go-to players. That's
right, Cobra Kai. That's true. That's true. Yeah, we should talk about this. This makes sense. The guy that works for this company, actually, he does a bunch of Van Halen gear videos.
That's cool. Right in the middle of my show and tell speech. You want to break in with that?
Yeah. Well, Cobra Kai had it.
What else you got?
Oh, and somebody, Halface says he thinks Kotzen and JoJo are the same person. So,
I don't think so. I don't think so. I'm going by the emojis, by the what are the not emojis? What's the word, Johnny? The
oh my gosh, avatars. The Richie Kotzen avatar was a guitar. It was a tobacco burst guitar. Scroll back and look at it. You'll see. But in the meantime, how about I get on with the show and tell guitar that I started already? It's very, very good.
It's very, very nice. This particular guitar. This is one of my go-to players. Just a very, very comfortable guitar. And I said berry because it's boysenberry in color. Ladies and gentlemen, today's show and tell guitar. Look at that thing. Oh, baby. Oh, you're too sexy. You're too sexy. Look how sexy. I love this thing. This is, let's see if I get a good thumbnail. Let's see. It's a little rough to catch. How about
you got that huge light in front of you?
Yeah, I know.
Try lower.
Try
lowering the guitar and then tilting it up.
How's that? Well,
or to the left a little bit.
How's that?
That's good. That's good. Very nice. Very nice.
There's the one right there. Okay. There's our thumbnail. Anyway, this is a vintage San Dimas Charvel guitar. This one's about 1984. I love, and I've always said this on the show, I love old school San Dimas Charvels. They're some of the absolute best playing guitars out there. So many guitar companies have tried to copy the feel of these, the weight, the neck. This is about probably, I don't know, maybe about a 7-pound guitar. It's nice and light. These original USA made San Dimas Charvels are so good. They're so well built, and they have such a good feel to them. Nice thick rosewood board. Look at the slab of rosewood they gave you back then. Nice thick piece of rosewood.
That's some high action, man.
Back before it was controlled. This one, let's see. Yeah, the action is a little high on this one right now. Probably because it's been cold out here lately, but either it should be sagging a little bit. No, but this thing plays terrific. Yeah, it's kind of a plum. I call it boysenberry. Some people call it plum. Really, really great single pickup, real Floyd from the factory. I'm trying to remember. I think this was a Duncan distortion, if I remember correctly, in this one. I know I love the tone. I'm pretty sure it's Duncan distortion in this one. Colored pickup, appropriate little brass knob, brass strap locks, typical San Dimas Charvel. The necks are what really, really set these apart. These necks were copied into, basically BC Rich gunslingers. I always talk about how great the necks are. Those are basically a poor man's San Dimas Charvel, and they copied the neck profile. Again, a really nice D shape, really comfortable in your hand. Just that beautiful boysenberry color on the back, and those great San Dimas plates, those hand stamped plates. And they only made, let's see, what was it? I think it was 50, I want to say 5,200 or 55. No, a little under 5,500 is what the numbers went up to. And they started with 1,001 and went up to about almost 5,500. I think it was like 5,492. I want to say is what the serial went up to in the San Dimas ones. And before that, they had probably about 750 pre-pro Charvels, which were when they had the Strat head stocks early on. And this is in the pointy section, which they started in, I think, 83. They changed of course, Fender sent out a cease and desist order on the Strat headstocks, and they came up with these very cool pointies. Now, of course, they're allowed to use the Strat headstocks because Fender owned Charvel. But back then, Charvel and Jackson were the same company. Started as Charvel, and of course, with Randy Rhoads, Jackson emerged out of there in 1982 and 83. But just look at that. Nice maple on the back. Great maple neck on these. Really, really, really great feeling. Flat D shape. There's not a lot of bells and whistles on this. I mean, this is a one pickup, one volume, pointy headstock guitar, but it's really the brand that really, for me at least, really got these off to such a great start. They started in 78, and Grover Jackson bought out from Wayne Charvel, and they really started picking up when they got into the production ones. And speaking of which, Ben Tom wants to know, why are the early ones called pre-pros? Because in the early days of Charvel, which was like 1978 to 1981, all the Charvels were not serial numbered. They all had either blank brass plates or blank black or silver plates for the metal. So they weren't the production numbers that these are. And then in 1981, 81 and I think early 82, they started with a 5-digit serial number briefly, and then transcended into the 4-digit serial number plates that that the production ones went into, and that's why those were called production ones, and the ones without the serial numbers were pre-production ones, or pre-pros for short. But the nice things about these serial numbers, a lot of people document these because there is, they were made in a certain order to the serial number, where companies like BC Rich, for instance, just grabbed a random plate out of the pile and, slapped it on when they were doing bolt-ons. These were made in order, and they're usually highly documented from the factory and to collectors. So the serial numbered ones are also authenticated a lot more than the pre-pros. The pre-pro ones, because they didn't have serial number plates, there's a lot of counterfeits out there. So you'll find a lot of guys saying, yeah, it's a San Dimas pre-pro. And then you find out it's kind of a mutt between, maybe it's got a performance strat neck and a different body and stuff like that. Ominous, huh? But they also go for a lot of money. So that's another reason a lot of them are counterfeited a lot, at least the pre-pro ones. So that's the story with the pre-pro ones. These production ones with the serial numbers, this was the high point, when the 80s were really coming of age. All the people out there, all the rockers wanted a colorful, loud guitar and a really playable guitar with really good things. They wanted, Floyds and Kahlers and, flat necks and flat wide necks and pickups with a lot of gain and stuff. And Charvel was that type of company that provided that. So this is a great example of a pointy, all business Charvel. It's got a hot pickup, it's got a Floyd. And again, just to be specific, Kramer was really controlling the Floyds back then from the factory. They had a contract with Floyd Rose. So if you wanted a Floyd on a Charvel at the time, you brought Grover Jackson a Floyd and they would install it. So whoever ordered this one brought him a Floyd and had the factory install it as it was being built. But the playability on these is so freaking good. It's as good as you could get in an 80s shredder guitar. Just very comfortable, like an old pair of tennis shoes. You always hear that expression. Yeah, like an old pair of shoes. It's so comfy. It fits my hand. This is one of those guitars. This is one of my personal go-to Charvels, just because I love the feel of it, the playability of it. Again, just really, really comfy guitar. Plays real nice, sounds real nice, and I love the looks of them. Let's see. Looking in the chat. Let's see. Brass volume knob 2. Yeah, and brass volume knobs were standard in the Charvels unless you requested black, which sometimes were like black coated over brass or black coated over silver metal. And same thing over here. The strap locks also, if you look at those, they're wide, flat brass. Let's see. Mike Neese brings up pre-pro Charvels, a lot like 59 Les Pauls in the way that they're way more for sale than they ever made. Yeah, there were about 750 total pre-pros. And if you don't know what to look for, you will probably get stuck with a mutt or something that uses parts or looks a lot like a pre-pro Charvel. But these production ones, not faked as much because, again, you have that very specific plate, and a lot of people keep track of those numbers. Let's see. Looking in the chat. Yeah, Grover Jackson now is with Friedman Guitars and Amps. But again, at one point, Grover Jackson, bought Charvel from Wayne Charvel and, started Jackson in his name when Randy Rhoads came around. Let's see what else in the chat. Are Charvel and Jackson still alive today? Vistalite wants to know. Yeah, they're actually both doing quite well. Both owned by Fender Music right now. So you're allowed to have Charvels with either the pointy headstock or the original Fender Strat copy headstock. So both are doing well with that. and Jackson, of course, still doing well as well. Their custom shop, by the way, second to none. If you order something from the Charvel custom shop, because I've gotten a few of them recently, or not real recently, but in the last few years from NAMM and stuff, really terrific. They have the original builders still there, and guys really know how to produce guitars. Craven Soda brings up same headstock as the Jack Butler guitar. Yes, this is a very similar guitar to that in that kind of headstock. It was a Jackson Charvel manufacturer, the famous Steve Vai Jack Butler guitar in Crossroads. Let's see. Yeah, and San Dimas, they were in production in San Dimas till 1986. And then after 86, they didn't do any USA production. They just started doing imports. So you got the Charvel and you got the Charvel model series. And Jackson moved to Ontario, and they just continued as Jackson guitars with the USA builds. But the Charvels, they basically became all imports. They became the model series. So you had the model 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, I think 8 or 9 in total. But they were made overseas. Jackson continued to do both overseas and USA builds in their new location of Ontario. And when you hear San Dimas Charvel or San Dimas Jackson, that is basically the first era of those guitars. And a lot of people consider them, including myself, consider them the very best ones that Charvel and Jackson have ever built. And again, you could say, okay, today's custom shop is terrific. Yes, it is. The Ontario ones, some of them were really great. Absolutely. I have plenty of them. But the best ones, the best regarded ones by players are usually the San Dimas made ones. So San Dimas, California. Let's see, looking through the chat. And by the way, take a second, hit the like button, hit a thumbs up. We appreciate that because it helps us out and it don't cost you nothing. Not like changing a light or anything. Let's see. Was the tilt back headstock common for Charvel? Yeah, they usually had an angle. There you go. They usually did have a little angle to it. A lot of people like the color. Yeah, I dig the color. Sure. The playabilities is the great thing about these. Seymour Duncan logo on the face of the pickup. No, early Seymour Duncans didn't have the Seymour Duncan written on the front of the pickup. Newer ones did. I think you could order them without them, but later ones did. Early ones did not. They have them written on the back, but let's see. What do you think, Johnny? You like it? Yeah, baby.
My sound machine is broken.
You gotta get to Walmart, get another one. Or was it Target? Target has those.
Target.
David Crosby says, meh. Yeah. David, you're a prick. That's okay. Meh. Stupid Charvel. Meh. Only those hairband guys like those. Never liked them. What are you going to do next, Mancuda? Smash it? No.
This dress is too long. Meh.
Meh. It's above the knee. Make me look like a whore. Damn you, Mancuda. Cobra Kai. What the hell? And yeah, someone asked about Wayne Charvel. After Grover Jackson bought out Charvel from Wayne, Wayne went and formed Wayne Guitars, which was, a very Charvel-esque kind of guitar brand. Very good quality guitars. Do I have any Neil Giraldo guitars? I do not. Love him as a player, and I have a lot of BC Rich Eagles that Neil played, but not his own personal ones. But I like a lot of those. Let's see. Leave a thumbs up. Thank you, Nightbot. Did Neil Moser work for Charvel? I used to go to a shop in Glendora with my guitarist. I think he's now in Arizona. Neil Moser, and shout out to Neil if he's watching because he's a great friend of mine. No, Neil worked over at BC Rich, and he started in the early 70s. He was responsible for all the complicated electronics packages that you saw on BC Rich's, the Veritone, the booster, the splitter, the phase, that whole Neil Moser electronics package that BC Rich was putting out on their early guitars, as well as he is the father of the bitch guitar that BC Rich developed in the 70s as well, among others. But no, he did not work for Charvel. He was working for BC Rich, which also located in California. Let's see. Thank you, Linny, Lou, and Mary. Craven Soda wants to know, do I own any of Carl Sandoval's guitars like Randy Rhoads Polka Dot V? I don't. I almost bought one or two, but I never actually bought one and kept it together. So let's see. Just looking here. Susan Silvestri getting paid.
No, actually, no. She's paying.
Oh, she's paying.
She's asking me. No, Susan. That's. I think you get an alert every month.
Oh, and Susan wanted to send something to my mom. Susan, yeah, just right now we're going with Amazon credit for food. So if you want to send something to my mom, you could go on my Facebook and message me under Jonathan Mancuda, or you could contact Johnny, and Johnny will put you in touch with my email.
Yeah, and make sure you get a hold of me because I get a lot of messages.
Yeah, I'm sure a lot of people wanted to send my mom something, and Johnny hasn't delivered the message. Johnny's like, this must be for me.
Actually, no, I got something for you today, which I'll mail out tomorrow. Which you'll dig it.
I'm jazzed. I'm very
like
jazzed. Just I definitely need something to cheer up my mom, and so definitely, and I could use some cheering up right now. Let's see. Curious if John knows about the Charvel designed Gibson that I had the same. Music Therapy Laz just sent you a text, Johnny.
Was that you? Which one? Who sent this?
Laz just said he sent a photo of a guitar.
Who sent this to me?
A modern day warrior, Johnny Beane. He don't like the band. He gets kind of mean. Do.
Oh, wow.
Susan, we talked about my mom at the beginning of the show. There's been a couple of developments, so just rewind to early on in the show, and it's gotten a little darker in our world right now. But thank you. I think that was Cobra Kai that sent that.
I don't know.
Cobra Kai platoon.
I don't know, but music therapy,
Okay.
is that the one you're talking about?
Spotlight that, Johnny? I think he means the top one. I can't see a thing. Let me see. Hold on. And is that the Gibson Super Strat? I think is that the Gibson Super Strat? I can't read the headstock, Johnny. Does that say Gibson on? Because I can't. I'm going to assume that's the Gibson Super Strat that they tried to make in the 80s. Because in the 80s, here's the thing: other than Slash and maybe one or two guys like in Cinderella and Kicks, the Les Pauls in the 80s were not selling. They were not. You could buy vintage Les Pauls, like 59 Les Pauls and early Les Paul guitars in the 80s for next to nothing. I mean, really next to nothing. You know, you could buy like a 59, Cherry Sunburst Les Paul in the 80s for maybe, 10, 15 grand, maybe like for what would now be $250,000. I remember seeing, I think it was at either at Manny's Music or somewhere on 48th Street in the city in New York City. Back in the late 80s, I remember looking at a display in one of the big 48th Street stores. For those that don't know, 48th Street in New York City in the 80s was like Guitar Street. It was all the famous guitar stores. You had Sam Ash and Manny's and Rudy's and 48th Street Custom, which was ESP, and all those guys. And I remember going into one of them, I think it was Manny's, and there was a display of like 8 pre-CBS Fender Strats that now would probably go for like, somewhere between 20 and 60 grand, depending on condition and color and originality. But there was like 8 of them, and they were all like, I want to say like, between like 2,000 and 3,000. And I was looking at them and I was like, oh, these look really cool, but they're not, cool like that Kramer Beretta or that Ibanez Gem, stuff like that. So it's obviously, there I was stupid, not buying them, but like everyone else, Fender Strats and Gibson Les Pauls were not at all, with few exceptions, popular in the 80s. You had Gibson that said, let's try to come into the Super Strat market and see how it goes, because this is obviously the way to go. The problem is people knew that Gibson was not making a good Super Strat. They weren't an established Super Strat company. You had no players playing them.
Super Strat.
Stupid Strat. Stupid Strat. Stupid Strat. Stupid Strats.
The Grubson Super Strat.
Stupid Strat. But the idea was they came out with that Super Strat, and everyone was like, well, I'd rather have a Kramer like Eddie plays or Richie Sambora plays. I'd rather have a BC Rich like CC DeVille plays, or a Charvel like Warren DeMartini plays, or pick your artist. They were all playing established Super Strat companies. You didn't see any member of KISS picking up that Gibson or anything until Slash came along and suddenly made Les Pauls cool again, even though the guitar he was playing wasn't an actual Gibson Les Paul. It was a replica. But
Ace Frehley played Les Pauls.
Ace played Les Pauls, and in the 70s they were cool. Absolutely, Les Pauls were very cool. But once those 80s glam guys and hard rock guys came around, they weren't playing Les Pauls, and Ace was out. Vinnie Vincent was in KISS in the early 80s when the decade turned, and he was playing a Jackson Rhodes. So, he started out with basically a guitar that was intended for Randy in 1982, but unfortunately Randy Rhodes passed away. And then, from there you had Paul Stanley playing a BC Rich Eagle and, and so forth, but nobody was really playing in the 80s, at least. Very few guys, I should say. Steve Clark of Def Leppard played a Les Paul. He played, I think, a 3-hum Les Paul. Two of the guys in Kicks liked Les Pauls. Like I said, Slash, of course, made it popular again. I think Tom Kiefer and Cinderella at the time also liked the Les Paul back then. But most guys were playing Super Strats. Most guys wanted the whammy bar, and they wanted the faster neck and whatnot. So, at that time, that Gibson didn't really cut it. And I don't know how long they made it. I think only a year or two, until they basically said, you know what, this ain't working. Oh, look, Slash is making us cool again. Suddenly people were playing Les Pauls again. So, but there you go. Renus says Steve Clark played a Firebird. I thought Steve had a couple of guitars, but I remember he played 3-hum Les Pauls as well. That was like a Steve Clark thing. So there you go. But yeah, so that was Gibson's entry into the super strat market during a time that they were really, really not doing well. And remember, Gibson also at the time, in the early part of the 80s at least, and earlier than that even, were owned by Norlin, and their guitars were considered hit or miss. Randy Rhoads played an early Norlin, his was great, and Ace Frehley played a couple, and theirs were great. But others, some people were just like, this is an old man's guitar. This isn't the Eddie Van Halen, I got to have a whammy bar guitar, and that's what was popular at the time. Yeah, nothing on but Gibsons. But you know what I'm saying? So that, the order of the day was something more akin to this. And Gibson got their company back just about the time that Slash started making it popular. Around 86, 87, Gibson bought back the company just in time for Slash to kind of blow them up again. And now, of course, as you know, Gibsons are, forever just amazingly popular, to even past my understanding. So go figure. But anyway, 1984 Sandy Macharvel in boysenberry or plum color, depending what you prefer. That is today's show and tell guitar, and a little history along with it. There you go. There we go. Let's get to some music news, Mr. Beane, because we got a bunch of it to go through.
Who keeps texting me?
Are they dick pics, or what do you got? What's going on there, Johnny?
Oh, it's music therapy lads. It's all those pictures of that Gibson.
Oh, okay. I thought that was Richie Kotzen again complaining about the conversation.
Oh, well, yeah, that too.
Yeah, that look up that avatar, Johnny. That very well might have been him, based on some of the things he said before he left.
I just remember seeing the one. I didn't see the guitar one.
Someone else might have also written in as him, but I think the guitar. Look up. There's a guitar one. I think that particularly one was Richie watching the show. But anyway,
good night, Tony.
We love you, Richie. Good night, Tony. Thank you, brother. Let's get to some music news. This is kind of fun. Black Sabbath. They were talking to some of the guys from Black Sabbath, and they were discussing the making of Black Sabbath Volume 4, and in particular, the song "Snowblind" was very appropriate at that time. The album itself, all production, all recording, all expenses, every expense used to make Black Sabbath Volume 4, according to the guys in the band, totaled at the time $65,000. All the money specifically for cocaine totaled, guess how much, Johnny?
$1 million.
Come on now. Well, you're not that
2
far
million.
off. Well, hold on. Just during the recording of that album, the expenses for specifically cocaine for the band came out to $75,000, which in today's money is $500,000. $500,000 worth of cocaine just to record one album, just for the guys in the band.
Just drink some bangs.
Yeah, bang energy drink when you want to be addicted to something, but not something like cocaine. Bang energy drink comes to your rescue. So think about that, Johnny. To record one album for four guys over a couple of weeks, you're talking $500,000 in just cocaine. And this was like when Coke was really pure, and again, I don't do drugs, but
Unlike
just
Pepsi.
just think about that. I don't do drugs, but back then Coke was a lot more pure than now. It's cut with all sorts of shit. But So they were talking to all the guys,
All sorts
they
of
were
Gorilla Glue.
they were like all the people, all other rock stars, they would happen to drop by. Oh, how you guys doing? Oh, hey, cocaine? Can we, and they're like, hey, come on. And, these other guys would start, grabbing in their cocaine. And
that's baking soda. I'm going to make a cake later. Leave it alone.
Yeah. He's like, they're like, yeah. These guys would drop by the house and they would drop by the studio and they drop by, they saw us loading stuff in. It's like, oh, hey, Ozzy, how are you? Oh, are you doing lines now? Can I get a line or do a bump or whatever, So, yeah. So, I mean, think about that, Johnny, and make no mistake. Ozzy was saying, at the time, these guys were, from the, the back alleys of I guess Birmingham or wherever Ozzy's from. Yeah, or it's Detroit. But they're from, Ozzy grew up very poor. And he says, well, now I'm in a house in Bel Air. We've got a hit record. We've got hits now. We're getting airplay. We've got fans and groupies and concerts and all that stuff. So he's like, why not? We wanted to partake in everything. And cocaine was just a big, fun thing at the time. So yeah, $500,000 of coke. Of course, I reflect on it now, and it seems really stupid. But, at the time, it just seemed like the right thing to do. And, some of the other guys, Tommy Iommi was like, well, at the time we were doing all-nighters, and I guess we didn't realize they were all-nighters because we were just high on coke. So we go for like, 2 days without sleep, and just like, yeah, we're laying down a track. Hey, when did I last sleep? Thursday or Friday? Or, he says that's what it was like. And, same thing with Geezer Butler. He's like, I can't believe we spent that much money on coke. But, on that album, you have the song Snowblind, and, everything in their minds was, hey, let's do a song about cocaine. I love cocaine. Hey, you guys want to do cocaine? Let's buy more cocaine. Who's got the cocaine? They were just flying in more and more cocaine to, just for studio time, just recording that album. It's like, oh boy, we should have lunch today. Yeah, let's do lunch. No, let's do cocaine. Yeah, let's do cocaine instead of lunch. I mean, this is the attitude that, Black Sabbath was doing back then. So
let's record 40 songs in an hour.
No, they're just like, yeah, we recorded these 12-minute songs. It's like, wait, we shouldn't do a 12-minute song. Let's cut that down. Yeah, it's too much. Let's break them into 3 songs. Cool. Let's change the lyrics to cocaine. Let's do cocaine. Yeah. So
I don't know. I've never done it. I would assume
I've never done it either.
I would assume most of you in the chat probably have.
Yeah, and no judgment, man. Just my personal choice to have never done it. But
I don't see it. I mean, I don't. Why stay up for 5 days? Sleeping is great.
I love sleep. I don't get as much of it as I want, but I love sleep. But yeah, no. Everyone's doing. Pooh Ninja says. Steven Tyler says we snorted half of Peru. No, look, it was a big thing back then, and Black Sabbath were at the top of the world, and a lot of guys were doing it, but that's a lot of blow. I mean, that's a lot of blow, for a recording session. I mean, to be more than the whole recording session. Think about that.
But 2 brain cells, what does it do? What are the effects of that? Why? What's the purpose of doing that besides staying up and laughing nonstop? I mean, I don't know, because I mean, what I assume is you do that stuff, and then as you get older, it just weakens your body. Like you become like super old, like super quick.
Lenny Lou says cocaine puts her to sleep. Lenny Lou says cocaine puts her to sleep. Which, I imagine like that scene from Heavy Metal, the movie, where the guys lay out cocaine down the floor of their spaceship and they're like snorting it up with these giant vacuum noses. I'm imagining that's what Lenny Lou and Mary are doing. Lenny Lou's like, Mary's holding her legs and wheeling her down like a wheelbarrow. And Mary's just and Lenny Lou's doing like piles of coke off the floor as Mary's kind of wheeling her, holding her. And suddenly the wheelbarrow starts moving faster, the wheelchair. Mary's going like this, zipping around the house. And then, Lenny Lou wakes up one morning. Mary's like zipping around the house in the wheelchair and going up the stairs in the wheelchair. It's like, you've been hitting our stash. You've been hitting our stash. No. Just, I'm very active in the wheelchair. That's what it is. I'm just very active in the wheelchair.
Has huge arms.
Yeah, she's all built up. She's been doing roids too. Craig Vonham says up for 3 days production. Tube Supio says it made me talk my ass off. Freddie says it made. Let's see. I'm sorry. Lenny Lou says I'm telling you, I'm made not to move. I
don't know.
Supio.
I'm scared of drinking Bang Energy.
Thrash Metal says Coke is kind of like the teenager pretending they're drunk when they had one sip. I mean, I know a lot of guys that have done it and do it.
Oh.
Kevin Bethel says you do it so you can play guitar for 12 hours straight. Okay. Two Brain Cells says it wakes you the fuck up. I mean, that's the gist that I usually see is, the friends that I have that do it a lot. They, they're just, energy. Yeah. A lot of energy, and you could just do it a lot cheaper with Bang Energy drink. You don't need drugs.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Good night, Music Therapy Lads.
Good night, lads. Anyway, so that's Black Sabbath in the news this week. Let's look at Queen put out a statement. They were being interviewed. Brian May and Roger Taylor. Brian May, of course, the guitarist. Roger Taylor, the drummer of Queen. And they put out that they tried to make music with Adam Lambert. Now, those of you guys that remember, Adam Lambert, American Idol winner of one season. I believe he won. He either won or he came in second. I think he won, though. But he joined Queen for a little while, did some live shows with them, worked out very nice. Great mix. They tried to make new music with him. And Brian said he forgot what the song was called. It was a song someone else wrote. They tried to put it together, but it didn't quite click. They couldn't quite crack the formula to get the chemistry working between the three of them. And he doesn't even remember what the song was called, which speaks volumes. If you did a song collaborating that you bought from someone and you're collaborating with these other guys, and it's a point where you're like, I don't even remember what that song was called we tried to do. I mean, it's really not working, which is surprising. I mean, look, live, Adam Lambert was a really good fit for Queen. Great vocalist, really good hard rock vocalist, could ape Freddie Mercury very well. But I guess writing together, we were talking about chemistry earlier in the show, regarding like Poison and bands like that. Sometimes you just need chemistry. You just need, it's just a different thing when you're performing with someone and someone's like, doing the songs that are already established in a show on a stage. The material. You can learn the material. It's already established. It's written. But when you go into the studio and you're new there, and these two guys have been writing for, 30, 40 years, and you're the new guy, and they're saying, well, give us some lyrics or sing it like this. And it's, there's a lot of room for it not to gel, So he was just saying, I don't know where that'll leave them in the future, but they couldn't seem to get the formula down in writing new music. They tried. Adam Lambert still wants to try again. We'll see what happens in the future. Speaking of guys that took over a slot in an established band, let's see. How do I pronounce his name? Arnel Pineda, who took over the frontman spot in Journey about, I guess, 10 years ago? something
It's been
like
a while.
that.
It's been a while
Yeah.
now. Maybe over 10 years.
He's
It's
had it
been
for
over 10 years.
He's the frontman of Journey. Arnell is the frontman of Journey now. He was talking, he was actually gushing about what a great guy Steve Perry was when he met Steve Perry. He says, I grew up listening to Journey, always loved Journey.
That's his hero.
And yeah, and Steve Perry is my guy. And he says, when I first met Steve Perry for the very first time, he looked me in the eye and he said, thank you for keeping this music alive. Thank you for doing such an amazing job. And thank you for keeping the legend going. You're doing so good. And he said right then and there, he's like, I knew the guy was 1,000% sincere, looking at me in the eye and smiling, that big Steve Perry smile. And then in the music awards, when he got inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, Steve Perry took the time to give a very specific shout out to him and say what a great job he's doing as the frontman of Journey. And the guy's like, I just melted. He's like, what a gentleman, what a nice guy, what an incredible honor for Steve Perry to take his moment and take that time and give it to me, as the new frontman of just basically, doing all his hits. He made that legend. He made that band. And here he is thanking me. He says, I could never find a better life experience than that. So, I mean, that's great. And that speaks to, who Steve Perry is as a person, as a gentleman, aside from being just literally one of the best vocalists ever. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Bang Energy Drink, for that burpathon.
Yeah. No, Steve Perry's great. Arnell. I mean, it's great what he's done. He's kept that band going.
Yeah, and his solo stuff and Journey, and I mean he's just so good. If you're to think of some of the best vocalists ever, I mean, really, really ever. I mean, you could pull out, of course, you could pull out Freddie Mercury, you could pull out Steve Perry's absolutely in there. I mean, you can't say no, just that very specific, tone and longevity that he has to keep a note. I mean, he's just so good. It's nice to hear when you're that talented and you're a mensch, I mean, that's just a great thing to hear. Let's see. Speaking of super nice guys with incredible talent, Wolfgang Van Halen, his band MammothWVH, recently performed Distance on the Jimmy Kimmel Live show. And if you guys haven't seen it, take the time to go on YouTube, not now, obviously, VVH. Take the time after the show to go on YouTube and look up that live performance, because there's a lot to take in there. For starters, Wolfgang, I've super respected over the last few years, not just the idea that, obviously he's Eddie's son and he's dealt with so much bullshit with class and dignity and brains. He's a thinker, and he's just, a classy guy, very nice, classy guy. But he's also just had so much pain. You feel for the guy in general, but what a fucking talent. And I'm not just saying that because he's Eddie's son. Obviously, Eddie was always bragging about him. Hey, everyone, you got to see what Wolfie's doing. Wait till you see his solo stuff. It's going to be so good. I'm so proud of him. Oh my God, this stuff is terrific, and blah, blah, blah. Obviously every father is going to say that. Everyone's going to be proud of their son. Maybe not mine, because look at my shit career. Jesus.
Blue Rhino.
Yeah, Blue Rhino. He's very proud. Everyone's been very proud of Blue Rhino because, look, he's smart. He's adorable. He's on the show and he knows when to be quiet. He knows when to say things. This show is stupid a lot of times. I know, buddy. I know. But well, anyway, but the idea is, obviously, everyone's gonna, Eddie was obviously proud of Wolfgang, but you watch this performance that he gave, and not only was he incredibly good live, but he's performing Distance, which, as you all probably know, is a tribute to Eddie as a dad. And Eddie, as you know, was an incredible dad. But it's basically a tribute that Eddie's greatest accomplishment wasn't the guitar. It was as a father, as a parent. The thing he most loved was Wolfgang and being a father, and a good, caring, involved father. And, obviously now we're reflecting on it now that Eddie's passed away, rest in peace. I hope my dad gets his autograph for me. I'm hoping. I don't know how he'll get it to me, but that the video accompanying that song that Wolfie put out, if you watch just the music video, it's all, seeing Wolfie growing up and Eddie being proud of him and interacting with him, and Valerie, and it's really great watching what a father Eddie was.
Mm-hmm.
But it's a powerful video image. Those video images were playing behind Wolfgang as he was doing it live. And you hear in his voice just the pain that Wolfie's going through, the torment that he puts into singing that song, but he holds it together, and there's so much emotion. You can't watch that video, or I couldn't at least, without shedding a few tears, because you see what a powerful effect it has on him performing that live and knowing that, hey, I've got to bring it 1,000% for my dad, and he does. And he's such a good vocalist. You don't even realize what a great vocal performance he did in that. Again, you've seen Wolfie early on with Van Halen, and, he was in the bass slot and he was doing good and all that. But when you see him in his own element, doing his own music that he wrote, and he's put his emotions into the lyrics and the video, he's putting it into his live performance as well. And when you see it and when you hear it and you look at his face, almost like he's like trying to hold it together, and he does. It's so great. What an incredible, incredible performance. Flawless that he did on Jimmy Kimmel Live the other night. So check that out on YouTube. MammothWVH and, Distance, Jimmy Kimmel. And you will let me know in the chat what you think, because it's a whole different world watching him do his own music live and seeing how he looked like he looked like he was going to break down a little bit, cry, but he was just so putting emotion into those vocals. And I think everyone could say Eddie is looking down right now and crying himself, saying how proud he is of this man. So much respect to Wolfgang for obviously the song, the video, and just the classy way he handles himself on the topic. But also just, hats off, dude, to the performance that you did the other night, because it was incredible. Absolutely incredible. Alice Martinez chiming in says he looked like he wanted to cry. Vista Light 1972, incredible performance. Susan Silvestri, yeah, he looked like he was going to cry. Rena says, I was surprised there wasn't more rocking out from Wolfie. This is an emotional song for him, and as the frontman, he's singing powerful lyrics the way that you want to hear that song sung by the man who wrote it, with the emotion behind that writing. And, again, this isn't a song for him to play lead guitar to. Yeah, he was playing guitar, but he had another guitar player there that was, playing the most of the riffs. But did you see this performance, Johnny?
I saw it immediately. I have my ways. It was shown on the East Coast, but I got a copy of it like immediately. So I saw it 3 hours before, I should have. And Wolfgang does play.
Well,
the solo.
wait a minute. Wait, that was okay. Go ahead.
It was on Kimmel, so it was Eastern.
got you.
It was 3 hours before.
Okay.
And Wolfgang does play the guitar solo on that, and a lot of people complain because it's almost like a one note solo. You know, it's like
he's playing it on the high part of the neck. He's playing it in the upper frets.
It's called trilling.
But it was so good. It was so good.
When it comes to guitar solos, if it's one note and it fits the song, it's great. It's all about the song.
No, and the other guy was handling most of the other riffs, and he was playing and great and everything, but Wolfie was doing that. Yeah, it was almost like one note, but the way it was played and the emotion behind it was just incredible. Just so good. So good.
I think it's 4 notes, actually. But if it fits the song, it fits the song, and it's
terrific.
It's great. And they musically they sounded great. They sounded just like the record. Exactly.
Santa Cruz 3600. I thought Kimmel was in Hollywood. He is. He's actually, Johnny and I walked over to his studio from my house. He is, but it records earlier. It records earlier to the East Coast. They don't. It's live, but it's still pre-recorded.
They pre-record those songs
a few hours earlier
at like 3 p.m. local time here,
or early evening. Sometimes early evening. I've been there when they've recorded early evening too.
Mm-hmm.
But it still airs on the East Coast first, is Johnny's point. So he's located here, but it still airs first on the East Coast. Sandra Picorni, I sang your song earlier. Let's see. Susan wants to know, did anyone find out about the guitar in the background? Was there a guitar in the background? I didn't notice. I was focused on Wolfie.
I don't know.
Did he have something of Eddie's in the background? He might have. I'll have to watch it again.
That's new to me. Susan, you went to Letterman? Susan, I'll put a card right up here on playback. I was on Letterman back in '94. I was outside the studio, and you can see me for like several minutes, like standing there outside the Ed Sullivan Theater. It was great.
There was one act of Kimmel's. I forgot. I went to a few of the live shows, and one of them, the boom camera just came like right up to my face, and it was like right up to my face, and it blocked my view of the show. So I was just like, I just flipped my fingers, and you just see, like, in the recording later that night, you see they get up to me, and I'm like this, and suddenly it blacks out and slips to another camera, But it was very funny. Susan says, there was a guitar on the floor in the back. It might have been something of Eddie's, or maybe a backup guitar. I'm not sure, but I'll have to watch it again. But the video itself was just freaking terrific.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And I don't know if you know this, John. Maybe you do. But Wolfgang, they'll be live. They'll be on the Today Show on Friday. And they'll be playing an acoustic version of, I believe, an acoustic version of the song "Distance."
Oh, that'll be beautiful
on the Today Show this Friday.
I'll bet that's going to be very pretty. I'll check that out. Let's see. Susan says, I loved it. Waiting to get in. They handed out candy bars at the Ed Sullivan Theater. Susan, that white van with the candy bars, that was nothing to do with Letterman. They just saw you coming. They're like,
I got to find all the pictures and stuff.
Yeah.
Because, we dumpster dived. We dumpster dived outside Letterman. And I've got whole stacks of jokes and bits and drawings. Like all the writer stuff that they would throw in the trash. I brought it home.
You know what's really funny? And I was surprised to learn this. I've talked on the show before. I was on SNL for 6 years as one of the featured extras that they throw into skits and stuff. So, I was there a lot for those 6 years. And even the repeating skits that had established sets, like, if they're doing, Brian Fellows with Tracy Morgan, it's a jungle set. So it's all bamboo and animal heads and whatever. Pretty much they don't save those sets, even if they're using them every week, because the storage of those sets in New York City is so expensive. It's actually cheaper to throw out the set and build new ones next week. It's cheaper that way. So I was shocked. They would take, like, after the show or the next day, they would just take down to the dumpsters these sets for SNL, even though next week they're going to be rebuilding that very set. It's like, you can't just shove it in a corner over there. They're like, no. It's, we're going to just build another one next week. It'll be very similar.
Room.
No room. That's it. And it's so expensive in the city to have that kind of storage that shit goes right in the garbage. It's amazing.
Yeah. Oh, I can believe it.
Yeah.
And Craig, if you can pull some strings for us.
Oh yeah. Listen, if anyone, we have people in the Van Halen camp that watch the show. We would love to have Wolfie on the show. That's like a no-brainer. We would love to have Wolfie on the show.
Yeah, send him a tweet. Everybody, send him. I've got a
say, man, Kuda wants to have you on the show and blow more smoke at you.
Where are we? Here it is. We've had this for a while. Send him a tweet at Wolf Van Halen at MammothWVH. Say, hey, jump on the Johnny Beane show. You can tag me in there. Yeah.
Maybe he wants to meet Blue Rhino. Right now, Wolfie's probably on another show and they're saying, who do you look up to as a role model? And he's thinking, he's like, Blue Rhino has always been very sensible and talented. I always loved him as an influence when he was in Popcorn, the band. Blue Rhino definitely is one of my influences, without question. So, you never know. Yeah, and Susan, the idea of them giving out candy on Halloween, again, a white windowless van is not associated with Letterman. I'm telling you. I've been in those vans, usually driving them, usually sponsored by Bang Energy Drink.
Usually he's pulled into those vans.
Usually usually a hood goes over my head and I'm thrown in. I wake up in a bondage gear with a pink ball in my mouth.
It says Bang on the side of those vans.
Well, someone's balls in my mouth.
But he thinks, oh, there's free sodas in there. But
yeah, I'm thinking, oh, Bang Energy. Hey guys, it's Mancuda from Talking Guitars and 80's Metal Live. And they're like, throw the sack over him. Suddenly I'm being dominated by these bodybuilders, and I'm like, where's my mother right now? Oh, John, more terrible stories that embarrass the family. Sorry, Mom.
Yeah,
there you go. Let's see what else is in the news. So kudos to Wolfie. Great job, man. Excellent, really. Much respect. Let's see. Vince Neil in the news. Vince Neil, happy belated birthday. Vince Neil just turned 60. So he's in the news.
Wow.
And they tweeted out a photo of Vince and his wife, Rain, the other day. And Vince looks like he's lost a bunch of weight. I mean, he's still not a bodybuilder, but yeah, come on, the guy's 60. That's Vince Neil. That's an old photo. That's John B. L. Neal.
John B. Meal.
Vince B. L. Poor John. That's such a great photo, though. Thank you, Cobra Kai. Colonel's Gourmet Popping Corn. When are they doing that tin with the stickers? Because I definitely want one for my shelf.
I don't know. Jay was going to talk to them. I've got the files. Cobra Kai sent me all the files and stuff.
That's going to be great, man. I'm going to get one for my mother and get a couple for myself. That's great. I know the audience is going to sell those out. Collector's item. Signed and numbered. We should number them.
Yeah.
Let's see. Damn, Bang energy drink. Anyway, Vince Neil turned 60. There it is. Vince turned 60. He's lost a bunch of weight, and I hope he continues to stay in shape and get in shape for the stadium tour. Stadium tour again. They're gonna push it back because not everyone's gonna be vaccinated by the summer. It's not gonna happen. That's my own view of it. They will do it. It just won't be that fast. It's probably going to be pushed back again, like most other things. I mean, the scheduled, we're doing it. We're starting this summer. We're kicking it off. The fact is, when reality hits that we still can't have that big a crowd that fast, it's going to happen that, you're going to wind up getting another announcement. Stadium tour push back another 6 months or something like that. But look, Vince is getting in shape for it. Now, the question is, and this is what a lot of fans are asking, can Vince pull it off? Because it's not just that Vince got out of shape. Vince's vocals, look, the guy's 60. His voice is strained. Some guys can, keep that voice at a later age, and some guys lose it, and you got to tune down a bit more and have overdubs or whatever. But the big thing for me, at least with Vince, learn the fucking lyrics, okay? I have no problem with you getting old. I have no problem with you getting out of shape a bit, although you really should be in shape. If you're doing a big tour, you should get yourself in shape. But when you don't have the vocal ability, and you have to tune down and stuff, that's nature. I can work with that. I can work with you singing a bit down or, not being able to hit those high highs or whatever. What I don't have an ability to forgive is when you forget total song lyrics. Come prepared. Like a kid with an oral report in school. Come fucking prepared. Just know the fucking songs. Don't go, when I get Top Fuel, kickstart my heart open. I mean, don't sing like 2% of the fucking song. Learn the lyrics. They're your songs. Learn the lyrics of those main 5 albums if you want. And maybe, Saints of Los Angeles or whatever. But you should know your songs. If you're going on a tour and could you imagine, okay, I'm an actor. Imagine I show up on set and they're like, okay, action. And I'm sitting there. Put the script down, man, Kuda. All right. Line. Your line is, hey, Samantha, I'm back. Oh, right. Okay, Mancuda, action. Hey, Samantha, I'm back. Is there more for me to say? Yeah, cut, Mancuda. You say, yeah, I got that falafel today. I'm so sorry. You got to know the stuff. You got to know the material. You can't come on a stage where you're getting paid $1 million a show. One show, one night. And not know the fucking words of the songs that you helped write over and sang over what? Like the last 35 years? Come on. I love Vince Neil. I support Vince Neil. I support him getting old. I want him to get in shape and be great on the tour. But come on, there's no excuse for that money, especially. You owe it to your fans to go out and learn the fucking lyrics to your own songs. Vistalite brings up use a monitor, use a teleprompter. Absolutely, whatever you got to do. If you don't remember everything and you're at a point where, you say, okay, I forget the lyrics to one of these songs or something. Okay. If you're a little confused in the heat of it a little bit, you can get a teleprompter there to help you along a little bit. But also, Mick Jagger, the Rolling Stones, older than you by far, knows all the lyrics to all his songs. And he goes out there and he sings all of them because he sang them for years and he wrote them just like you. So yeah, you can get old. You can have your voice, taken away a bit by nature, but do your fucking best. Do it for your fans. We come on here, the three of us on a Tuesday, and we give as much to our fans as we can. And we're not getting paid $1 million a show. Johnny's living off the money from that light. That's paying Johnny's rent.
I'm not having dinner tonight.
I'm only having dinner because people are sending me Amazon gift card credit. That's the only food I have. But look, the point is, we as fans, and I'm a major Motley Crue fan since the very beginning. I've seen the shows. I got the merch. Love it. And Cheech, for the ones that Vince didn't write, you've sang them thousands of times. There's no excuse. There's only so many songs. Dude, if I can remember the fucking lyrics and I'm just a fan who likes the songs, come on. Vince can learn the lyrics. Okay? There's no excuse for that. There's none. Even if you need a teleprompter, even if you need whatever it is, learn the songs. If you don't know the lyrics to Kickstart My Heart by now, or Shout at the Devil by now, or Livewire, or Girls, 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 or let me tell you something. If you don't know the lyrics to Home Sweet Home, it was on MTV like 20 times a day, every day, for all of the 80s. If you don't know that fucking song, then don't come on stage. Go home, learn the lyrics, and give the fans what they deserve, what they paid for, and what they've earned by sticking with you guys for like fucking 40 years. That's it. There's no other excuse. So that's my thoughts on Vince Neil. A lot of people are saying, oh, Vince, he can't hit the notes anymore. That's nature. A lot of guys, look at, Don Dokken and, Paul Stanley needs a little help. I can work with that because they're trying. They're giving you what they have. They're giving you all they have. If they need a little help, God bless them. I still want to see them. But there's no excuse for being lazy, not to the fans. You don't be lazy to the fans. You give the fans all you have because they deserve it, as do our fans. Unfortunately, we provide the dreck that fills up a few hours of this show every Tuesday. So I actually apologize for the fans for all the crap that we give you that at least you didn't pay for it. You got what you paid for, kids. But that's my thought on Vince. I mean, don't you think, Johnny?
I don't know. I mean, I'm thinking maybe he was out of breath.
Were you listening to that?
He was out of breath running around.
Nah, trust me. If you watch those videos, Vince messed up the words to so many songs, skipped the words to so many songs, missed places in so many songs, said wrong words, had the audience singing half the song. Come on. You got to be fair. You got to be fair. You got to do it for your fans. If you're going to take the responsibility of taking the money out of their pocket and doing a tour like that, then you have a responsibility to give them what they deserve, what they paid for.
So you're talking about the very last tour, like the very like the tour they were saying was like their very last tour.
The very last tour, yes.
He's running around, singing half the words, and
yes.
Okay, yeah, that's not cool.
Absolutely, it's not cool. So for this stadium tour, while a lot of people are focused on, oh, Vince can't hit the notes and Vince can't pull it off and blah, 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 blah. Vince doesn't need to hit all the notes to give you all he has. What Vince needs to do is learn the lyrics to the song. That's all I'm saying. So hopefully they'll get that down, or Vince will get that down. But either way, Vince, not trying to bust your balls, just trying to, be honest. Happy 60th birthday. If anyone's watching from his camp, not trying to rip the guy apart. Love Vince. Love Motley Crue. I will see the stadium tour. Comp tickets, guys. Comp tickets. I'm on a fucking show. Come on. But anyway, yeah. So So that's my thoughts on Vince Neil. Speaking of doing live shows, I'm just curious, I always see this anytime I go to a show. What is the urgency to get to the other side of the stage? You know, there's always like, some guitarist and he's doing a solo up front and he's playing. And then, I've got to get over there. And he runs over to the left side of the stage. Yeah, I made it. Oh, got to get over there. What is that urgency to get to the other side of the stage? He's running at full force and jumping over. Got to get over the left stage. No, now I got to get over to the right stage. It's almost like a goldfish in a bowl where it's like, you're like, in a certain space, and he's like swimming. He's like, okay, there's the castle. Get to the left side of the tank. Okay, cool. I'm over here. Wait, is that food on the other side of the tank? Oh, let me swim over there. I'm going to swim over there. And you're over there. Then you look over. Oh, I should get back to the right side of the tank. It's the same thing with a guitarist. I always notice they're running. They're not like making their way casually over to the stage. It's like urgency to get from one side of the stage to the other,
Yeah, well, it's because it's like what you were just saying. It's for the fans. You have different people on each side of the stage screaming at you.
And that's cool.
So
and you can walk there and see all the people on the way there.
It depends on the band. Depends on who it is. Yeah, some would just run back and forth nonstop.
I just noticed that a lot. It's like, David Lee Roth singing "Bright Lights, City Lights," and there's Billy Sheehan. Oh my God, I gotta get over there. It's like, and then he's playing. Then he turns around. Oh, I gotta get on the other side. And zooming, jumping over thing. I don't know. Anyway, so that's just something I always noticed. I was just curious about. Let's see. Let's talk about Ronnie James Dio in the news this week. Dio's autobiography. Fucking A. It's titled Rainbow in the Dark, and it's finally coming out July 27th. And I read a lot of metal autobiographies. I love books about 80s metal bands and, people that were there. I'm trying to find a copy, the first printing copy of that book, Poisoned. Is that what it was? What was that book? I think it was
Poisoned?
I think it was called Poisoned. It was the Poison biography. I can't find a copy of the first printing of it.
John Biel, what was it?
Let me see. I'm looking it up now. Let's see.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We got 5 minutes.
That's all right.
Because
I got one story. That's all right. I got one story.
Because we can't go over 4 hours anymore, because what happens is the audio gets cut off.
Oh, that's not good. Well, I like us to be heard. Let's see. Poison. Let's see. I think it's called Poison. Let's see. Image.
Somebody in the chat. What was it?
Hold on. I'm looking it up. We'll fit it in. No, wait.
A Shot of Poison?
A Shot of Poison. But the first printing of it is different than the later printing. The later printing, they cleaned up all the dirty parts and stuff. I don't want that. I can get that on Amazon tomorrow. The first printing of that book, if anyone has a copy they want to get rid of, let me know. Just message me on Facebook or something.
There's a nurse on one cover of it, and another cover is like somebody else.
I'm trying to remember.
That's a movie.
That's a guy. What are you talking about?
There's a movie called that.
That's a guy. Hold on. It's a man, baby.
There's like a nurse though, holding like a shot.
Wait, I think that's it.
An insider's tale of one of rock's most outrageous bands.
Yeah. I'm trying to remember which cover. It might be the nurse. I'm not sure.
That one.
I know I have it here somewhere. I can't remember. I can't remember. I mean, if it says first print, that's the first print of it. Either way, I'd love to get a copy of that first print. If anyone has one they want to get rid of somewhere. But and now my chat just went out. Okay. Anyway, great. God damn it, Con, darn it. Anyway, I love reading rock biographies, and the Dio one. Hello.
Oh no.
No. Anyway, the Dio one is coming out. Now, Ronnie wrote this while he was still alive, for the most part. He wrote it up till his passing in 2010, I believe. And he intended to, publish it out from the very beginning, from the early days of, collaborating with Richie Blackmore and Rainbow, and his time with Elf, and stumbling into the second frontman for the second coming of Black Sabbath, and then his solo career and his fallout with this person and this person's fights with Vivian Campbell. I mean, there's so much good stuff in there. How the Devil Horns was developed by him, and his love affair with Wendy, and there's so much good stuff. The point is, this is one I'm really, really looking forward to checking out, and I'm really excited for when it comes out, and I really can't wait. I'm really looking forward to it. And it was co-written with a book author toward the end of it. I guess he finished it after Ronnie passed away. He finished what Ronnie didn't write, but Ronnie pretty much wrote all of it. It's an autobiography, so it's written pretty much all by Ronnie. But I guess after Ronnie, passed, he continued on about Ronnie. I guess, the effects of, the hologram concerts, and, people remembering him, and, Wendy continuing on the legacy and stuff. So I'm really looking forward to that. Called Rainbow in the Dark, July 27th, Ronnie James Dio autobiography. Fucking fantastic. I cannot wait. That and the new Alice Cooper album coming out in 10 days. Boy. And if you haven't checked out the new Gizmochi album, if you haven't checked out those songs, Johnny, I think there's a link in the chat.
There is.
It's that also incredible quality that I have enjoyed lately, and everyone else should share it. And obviously, if you have any comments or feedback on the show today, or any of the stories we did, leave comments in the video. We love to reply to comments. We love and appreciate all our fans, especially. So please leave thumbs up on the video. Please hit the like button and leave comments. And again, please, prayers and positive energy for my mother, and I guess to some extent for myself. But like I said, I'm not going to get into it. But right now, especially for my mom, because that's where my priority is. So thank you, everybody. Johnny, anything else you want to get into? Shall we thank our producers and our channel members?
Yes. Let me just say real quick, because I'm serious. The feed cut the audio as far as doing the podcasts. The version of StreamYard that I pay for, it only gives us 4 hours, and then it cuts off. So thank you for listening to the podcast. This is a podcast. It'll cut off in about 30 seconds. But thank you, channel members.
Hal Fates, John Moronic, James Gum, Hillary Lewis, Jim Nicholas, 802 Blues, Mr. BHB Jr., Frag 5150, Power Guitars, Dan Halen, Frank Corcoran, Ben Tom, Jeff T, R2R3, Locking Nut, Robot Master Switch, 6 Check 71, Thomas Santiago, Voodoo Child SJ, Brian Spalding, Fender Guru, Music Therapy Labs, Ghost PC Rich, 5150 TV, Jimmy Ray Hawkins, Hugh Caldwell, David Crosby, it's Dildo Fucker, he sure is, Jesus Rapes Me, Randy Price, and Steve Carmichael.
Whoa. Okay, so the podcast is over, but here's more.
Are we still on YouTube, or what are we still on?
Yeah, we're still on YouTube, but the podcast is cut off now.
Okay, so that's what, Facebook, or that's the
no, just
that's
the
like Spotify and stuff like that.
iHeartRadio. Yeah, they only give us 4 hours.
Damn it. All right.
Yeah.
Bastards. All right. Thank you to the rest of our channel members: Charles Green, Fruitcake Tony, Michael the Captain Smith, David Ennis, Mike Neese, Richard Poole, Linny Lou, Ann Mary, Gargets Entertainment, Kurt S. 5150. I'm sorry, Kurt 5150, Susan Silvestri, Mickey Settlemeyer, Joe Christian, Nicole Mrazek, Sean Boland, Wayno, Stephen Franklin, Will Starr, R. Habs, KXM Rock, David Shea Gomery, Bozique, Crazy Cook 678, Carol Hatcher, False Flag, Margaret Scranton, Sean Silas, Julia Baldessari, and Jarhead Rock. Thank you to our channel members.
Thank you so much. Thank you. What else? This Friday, usually we talk about Van Halen. This Friday, we're actually going to have a guest, Jay Hannon and I. It'll be
Jay Hannon of the great band Gizmachi?
Of Gizmachi, yes.
Who's your guest?
Yes, Cameron Cooper is our guest.
Cameron Cooper? You got him on the show?
Yeah, well, actually, he came to us.
All right, well, he's a friend of the show. I know that already, but we really like Cameron. Cameron's an amazing guitarist.
It's been 2 years since he was here. So he'll be back this Friday, 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific. And again, yeah, that'll be awesome. That'll be great.
Yeah,
and again,
if you're snowed under right now, guys, stay safe, stay warm.
Yeah.
And please wear your mask, social distance, wash your hands. Remember, we care about you guys. We love and respect and treasure and value our audience. We really do. Big time.
We do. You're all. Thank you so much, everybody, for watching us tonight.
We appreciate you.
And we'll see you guys.
Rock on. Rock on. Be safe. Love you. Where is that kid anyway?
This is somebody else we're looking for.
Oh, we're looking for another guy.
This guy.
We're like the FBI during the insurrection. We're looking for all these people from little photographs.
Trying to find somebody else now.
Thank you, Paulie, for a great night tonight.
Thank you, everybody. See you guys later. Johnny Beane TV.
Rock on.